Call to order the Thursday, May 29, 2025 Clackamas County Budget Committee meeting. Today, we will deliberate on the budget as presented. And before we get to questions, I would like to ask Gary to present some of the information we've asked for.
Thank you, Chair Cernak. The committee asked for a lot of information at the end of yesterday's meeting. I believe staff has provided all that with paper copies put in front of you. I know you've just gotten it, but I'm going to ask the finance staff to start first. Can you give a high-level overview of the documents that are on the table that the board asked for? I have the document. I provided to you the document on the motions the budget committee passed last year. I will go over that with you, but I'd like the finance team to go first and just high-level overview of all the documents the board asked for, which are now in front of them. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, committee. What you have is a variety of pieces of paper that look at the budget in different ways. You asked us for some history. I'll just briefly state what's in each page. The first one is a comparison of what the 24-25 and 25-26 general fund support. What finance we had done is look at the budget, a general fund increase, and just doing that 4%, what that would be. That's that middle column. Then the proposed budget and the additional requests on top of that. So this was done in, when was this done? In March?
I think the original one we did in April, and then we refreshed it again yesterday. And then Cindy, sorry, but Commissioner Savis, I did make a note at the bottom because I gave you incorrect information yesterday on CCSO, and I made a note at the bottom, and that is the budget, the 24-25, the number that I originally gave you as the base did not include the addition of $1,458,296 for the 13 courthouse FTE. And that's because the supplemental hasn't come yet, which will include that, but we know that that's already been given because those positions were added in January.
Clarification, thank you, Sandra. So the 79,675 is the projected year end?
No, that's the amended base.
Okay, that's the amended base,
Yes,
okay.
correct.
So, the difference between, let me make sure I understand this. So this reflects 12 months of,
So
Of-
this
of
is the
24, 25?
maximum, this is the maximum general fund support subsidy that
Okay.
CCSO should receive. That's budgeted.
okay,
If you look at the column on the left, where it says FY 24-25 budget, that adds up to the 79 million, which again includes now the courthouse positions, and a small amount that was given to ELED. So a total of, when you add all of those up, you get new totals. So again, the difference was typically we pull these numbers off of OpenGov, but this, because the supplemental for the additional positions hasn't been filed, we just took what was in there. And so we added that.
okay, thank you. So I get it. Now, here's my question, so I understand, unless it's in here somewhere else, and that is that based on the postings, are we in line to be at or below that number?
We haven't gotten to that part yet, so this is
Yeah.
just budget. This is budget. What we're trying to do is walk you through how 25-26 budget was built. And the subsidy was built on a base, and yesterday you asked what that base was, and I gave you an incorrect number.
Okay.
So I'm just merely pointing out that it should have had an additional 1.458 million to it, and that should be the new base for CCSO. And to that base, we did a 4%. That was the budget instructions, is grow it by 4%, and then build your departmental budgets off of that. So just, we want to be transparent that if we're making an error in anything we're communicating, we're updating it and communicating the correct number.
Okay, thank you.
So that middle column says 25, 26 allowable, that's the 4% on top of the base. And the next column to the right is what was actually in the proposed budget. The next document is a comparison of what is in FY 24-25 budget. This is with the yellow lines in it. And then what the actuals as of May 27th, the actuals in the middle column here. And then they also, all departments put their year-to-date with any purchase orders they have outstanding. So you can see, and some of the ones that were highlighted, for example, overtime, the budget was $3 million. The year-to-date actual is $5.4 million. Some of the other ones which are troubling to us is the middle column where you see all those zeros that are highlighted. This is when there is no budget, but expenses were booked against those lines. And so what you'll see is just some of the major differences, like medical and dental on the way down here. Budget says $1,170. A year-to-date is $2.7 million.
Okay, so on this page, this very first page, so I'm looking at where it says middle materials and services, and it says 8,486,000. And then the
sorry,
next
where?
column over,
Oh, he's at a construct, materials and so that's like a header. It's a construct, so it's a roll-up. The other lines below it roll up and add up to that budget,
all right, so thank you for that. So my concern is, I'll put a mark on that, saying that's the header. So if the budgeted amount was 8,486,000, and you're showing an actual of 69 or 6.9, but with the purchase orders, that's 10, that's a deficit? That's an overage?
So first, understand the budget numbers, the departments decide what line, how much to put in each line. This is not from finance. They just get you give them the whole number, and then they also put them in these lines. And then you have the actuals. One of the challenges on the column on the right with purchase orders, some departments have purchase orders that are kind of holding in case they buy. So this doesn't necessarily mean they're going to spend the 10 million. What it says is if they spend all of it, all their purchase orders, that's what it would be, 10 million.
And
Okay.
also, and just to clarify, the 6.9 million is included in that 10, so it's not on top of it. It's
Right,
included.
right. So do we have a breakdown of what those are, of that 10 million,
Yeah,
or that?
Lines below it. Oh, what's in the 10 million?
Yeah, I mean, what would be
Get it.
again, going over, any portion that's over the budget, what's it associated with?
So what we don't know in the purchase orders is how many of those and at what amount they intend to use.
Okay, that's difficult, all right.
Right, and that's the projection part. That's why for the budget, when we're doing the budgets, it's in two parts. The departments have to project what the year-end number's gonna be, because they are the ones who have to tell all of us, this is what we've actually spent to date, and here's how much for the next couple of months, this is what we're planning to spend. And the purchase orders are part of that, because we don't know what that combination is.
Right.
So they tell us, and then from that, we get to an ending fund balance that then goes to the beginning fund balance in the subsequent year.
So you'll see, for example, on the next page, program and materials and supplies, again, the budget's 500, they've already spent $1.3 million. And capital outlay, that one includes, and this would be with your POs, this includes $2 million of vehicles. However, they know that they're not going to get those delivered by June 30th, so they will not be spending that $5.324 million. But right now, that's what is in the system. where it says capital outlay here.
Second page.
Second page, I'm sorry. So it says,
Oh, right here, we have it on the screen as
budget
well.
is 2.4, next page,
Next page, Andrew.
next page. So
Scroll
you see capital outlay says 2.6 million.
yellow, there you go. right
And
there.
the actuals to date are 583. Now, with the purchase orders, it says 5.3 million. However, that assumed that they were going to have purchased vehicles that would be delivered in this fiscal year. That's not going to happen. They know that's not going to happen, and so they will not be spending that 5.3 million.
But they'll be spending it within a matter of months when the cars get delivered.
Well, yes, but they know that they can't get delivery by June 30th.
Okay, so my question is, if it's not budgeted, if it's over the budget line, again, 24, 25, is it already baked in our realistic budget for 25, 26, the balance?
The projected year end, is that?
So that is how the department does their roll-up projections for the next year. And so that's where we say, no, we know this isn't going to happen, so our projections would be less. So we're looking at the history, but if you look at this budget prepared by CCSO on the expenditures in year-to-date, that's why they're saying they need all this money, because they're basing it off their projections. And we do not base it off their projections because we know things that are not going to happen. And we have to do this line by line.
And that's the discrepancy.
Does your system show the totals of these three columns? That would be interesting to see.
It does, I have to.
Well-
Yes, it does.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yes. I can get that for you in a minute, okay?
So when we get to the sheriff's page, it does have totals of the budget and the actuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what this is.
Oh.
Yeah.
So can I bring up one more thing here? And I don't know, maybe if Gary or anyone could just answer me this question. Let's just use that line again because we're focused on it. Okay, so the capital outlay, that line, capital outlay, 2.6, right? That's in budget. And the actual is 586, but what's with the purchase orders, again, it's 5.3, which is almost double, right? So whether it was, purchase order made this year, and then is delivered next year, is the budget line, our budget that meets the 30-year, is that amount covered in next year? Because if it's not, is it or not a deficit spending? We can't deficit spend legally,
Well, they've
correct?
encumbered those funds through their purchase orders. And then what we look at is what the actual purchases are. So encumbering it doesn't count, if you will.
I put the 2 million forward to this upcoming year to accommodate for the vehicles being delivered after July 1st. That answers your question, Commissioner. It's in this proposed budget, the 2 million to pay for the vehicles that will not be delivered yet.
Which proposed budget? The one
one that I submit-
that puts us underwater at 250 million?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I struggle with that. So one last thing on this page, I'm gonna go back to the first page. So the one line that says it's 43,280. First page of this one that was highlighted with yellow. So can we put them on the screen? So Martha can
First
see it?
page.
That's very helpful, some additional one.
That's page 2.
Right.
Oh,
Is your mic on, Martha?
Oh, got it.
So go down 3/4 of the way down. Line 4.3, it says expenses, and it's other contracted services, 43,280.
Yeah, that one is.
Okay. So that's budgeted 1 million. Actual is 3 million. That's an overage, right? Already, because that's actual. And then yet the budgeted, or with the POs, that's 6 times the number. That's deficit. That's clear deficit if the actual is 3 times the amount of what was budgeted.
If I can speak to that, there's lots of things going on here. If you recall, one of the audit recommendations, and this was a finance recommendation as well, was to properly use the chart of accounts. And you guys will see that, and CCSO kept saying, we don't even know what that means. What does that mean? And we were saying things like, they were budgeting in general professional services. If you look up on that same page to 43100 account, professional services, you're going to see 6.6 million budgeted, and then actual is only 203,000. And the reason that it's so low, the actuals are so low, is because Elizabeth and finance pushed on them in 24, 25, and actually made them do correcting journal entries to accurately code to where they were spending. Because things like medical and dental services were being coded to professional services, but there's an account code for medical and dental. So we pushed on them and said, you have to code to the correct account code if there is a more descriptive account code available. So that's why you're seeing, so in some of these, you have to do the roll-up of several accounts, and those are the things we've been battling for several years, is that, and if you'll recall, in past years, we've said, the numbers keep shifting, because one year they would code to one account code, and the next year they'd code it somewhere else, and if you're just trending on one account code, you can't see good history.
So if you look at, line 32 is on the roll-up, on materials and services, the budget's 25.5 million, year-to-date is 23.49 million, and the projected is 28.38 million.
Right, so some of those you have to look at them at the
Which
rolled
says,
up
okay,
level.
materials and services, yeah, up there, you see the totals go up above that, Patrick, Andrew.
One row, Andrew,
Okay, there, it says,
the yellow.
first yellow.
There you go.
That's your roll-up of the materials and services.
Okay, so the very first yellow line of the overtime, so what's budgeted and what is actual, that's 2 million or so, almost 2 million over. So that's a real number,
That's a real number.
all adjusted. So that's deficit spending, correct?
Correct. But again, by Oregon budget law, it's a category that we look at. So it's not an account code that we're tracking. So yes, technically, it's overspending. And if, for a budget manager and for the department, that should be very concerning. But for Oregon budget law, that's not going to be looked at.
Got it.
I think part of the challenge that we've had is that these projected numbers, we don't know how much, with the POs, we don't know how much they're actually planning on using. And so looking at these numbers here as they stand in and of themselves, there's a significant overspending. But we don't know what the reality of that last column is. In other words, are they going to spend that 28 million? Is it 28 million? Are they going to spend that amount, or are they going to come in less? And that's what we've asked for, more solid projections, and it's May, and so there should be projections that are much more realistic. And so what happens over the past several months, these projections have changed repeatedly.
So I just want to share.
I think it's, I'd really like to give Patrick an opportunity to come up here and kind of respond to some of these questions so that the sheriff's office can have a dialogue on some of this. Chair.
Well, I guess just a chair, point of order, just I want to understand what the process is, so I guess we're going to review all the material, for ourselves and discuss it, and then maybe, I assume that maybe having the sheriff's office respond would be a follow-up afterwards, once we understand all this. I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way. So Chair, I'm going to turn that over to you. What's the most efficient way to have this dialogue? We're going to do it page by page and go back and forth?
I'm tempted to, I'll ask staff what they think, but I lean towards getting through the material, then we can ask questions about it. And while we're asking questions, I think it makes sense for the sheriff's office to be able to be involved in the answering. Gary?
Yes, Chair, I agree with that. Staff, please, look, I'm so tired of this back and forth.
Right.
So tired of it, on both sides. Can staff give a high-level review of the documents? Don't go into detail. Board, would you hold your questions? Let's do a high-level overview, and then you can decide where you want to ask questions, and then invite the sheriff's team to the table so that we can talk about it. That is my advice, please.
All right. That matches mine, so let's proceed with that approach.
Okay, the next document is the ELED budget to actuals. It looks like this. The next document was sent by CCSO, which shows, again, the budget to actuals. The projection line, I would just ignore right now, the one that says county finance. But their budget to actuals match, I think, pretty much what we've already shown you. And there's 3 pages of those. Okay. And the next page is the supplemental request that was
Could
received.
you hold up high enough so we can see what it looks like, okay?
This is the supplemental request that was received for ELED. And you can see the general fund support request is 1.375 million. That's what's in yellow highlight. What's this next one? The Justice Court? Oh, you wanted to know how the funds from the Justice Court were distributed. So this shows the distribution. The next page is the response to Commissioner Savis's request about FTEs, vacancies, and turnover. That's this memo from Evelyn Minor Lawrence with the attachment. And the rest of those are just attachments to that memo. And then the forecast numbers, this is the large document. The version 1 is the original, where we show the $249 million deficit at the end of year 31. The next one, version 2, when we moved the sheriff's budget to just the 4% increase. This first one, remember, has the 11.5% increase in it. The second one is when we took the sheriff's budget and added a 4% increase, the deficit goes down to $14 million. It was $249 million. Now it goes down to 14 million. We know that, and then.
I'm sorry, Cindy, I'm trying to catch up with you here. Is it on page 2, the 11%?
No, page 1, version 1, it includes what was in the proposed budget, okay, which has the 11.5% increase for the CCSO. So this is what was in the proposed budget. The second one, you asked that we just show if CCSO didn't get the 11.5%, but got the 4% like other departments, what would that do to the forecast? And that's what version 2 shows. Version 2 shows CCSO with the 4% increase, and you still have a small, but there's a small deficit in year 31. So it drops from 249 million, deficit to $14 million. And the third one is if this includes the additional funds that CCSO said they needed yesterday. So if they were given not only what's in the proposed budget, but the additional funds they requested, this deficit rises to $708 million.
So it's just north of, well, that's 700 million is, yeah, okay, got it.
Yes.
That's
Now, we know that you asked us to come back with a, everything be totally in the black. The version 2 comes close to that. We wanted to show you specifically what the results of this would be when, if this is where you land, when we come back in June for the board meeting, we will have to make a couple other adjustments to get that to zero. We just couldn't do it with just this. So we would have to look where else we would have to make an adjustment to get to zero.
okay.
So we're almost there at 14 million, but we'd have to,
All right, so just for clarification, the one you handed out yesterday, that at the very upper left corner says with CCO reductions of 5.9.
toss that,
Pardon?
toss that.
Toss
That's-
that.
Yes, that was incorrect because what Sandra said earlier, we hadn't included that 4 million in the court costs.
Okay,
So just rip that one up.
All right, got it. So I will scratch that. So I guess what I'm looking for, and you're saying wait, and that is that I'd like to walk out of here with something that shows that number in the black. I don't care if it's $1, but I want to see it in the black.
Well,
That's Paul.
I understand that, and we can get there, but we wanted to show you kind of a quote-unquote pure, what the impacts of these different things are. In order to get to zero, we will have to look at some other assumption in the forecast and change that to get to zero. So you saw the list of assumptions that we had when we presented yesterday. We're going to have to look at those. For example, we may have to lessen CPI. Right now, it's at 5% next year. We may have to take that down a little bit to get to zero. We'd have to, it's puts and takes with the forecast, and there's so many things that affect it. Even a dollar swing can impact the forecast. So we'll get you there. And if you want us to get you there today, we'll have to work on it, and we'll bring something back to you. We were just a little concerned about trying to do this really quickly today.
We can also ballpark it with the 55 multiplier that we were provided yesterday.
yeah.
So let's
Yeah.
move to the next
Right.
bit of information, please.
Are you done, Finance Team? Okay, next is the motions the Budget Committee approved last year, 1 year ago. You have a document in front of you with the exact language of the motions that were approved by this committee. Andrew, it's right there on the screen. I'll read them.
This is the closest one.
I move the staff explore options of centralizing finance and budget operations that creates efficiencies, reduces duplication, and increases transparency, and better ensures cooperation and collaboration. Next in the document, I'm sorry the pages are not consecutive, that's on me. I had a little more time to put this together. It's the next page in the document. This is page 1. The title is Analysis of Internal and Central Services Model and Functions. I tasked Cindy Becker and Nancy Bush from the Administration Office to do a year-long study of this effort, which they completed about 2 months ago, which I presented to all directors and elected officials. This is the plan, the next page, which says page 2 of this document. I'm just going to highlight the finance and facilities recommendations. It's the top box on the left of your handout, and it's there on the page, and I'll just look at the second bullet, so this finance will develop standards and criteria for decentralized functions and reporting by departments. Budget is currently decentralized. We have a budget office, which Sandra leads, in the finance department, but each department, especially larger departments, have budget staff that they work on budgets in collaboration with the budget office. So my expectation is that the budget team in the finance department will create standards and criteria for all departments, communicate and train those departments on how to use those standards, and if departments are not complying, take the function away. Take the function away, and that includes for elected officials as well. So I just gave notice to this to all departments about 2 months ago, so I need time to see if departments and offices are complying. And if they don't, the intent is to take it away. I'm moving back to the first page of the document, the motions by the Budget Committee. I'm going to go through this fairly rapidly, and I'll answer your questions at the end. The next motion, I move to increase the Sheriff's Office general fund support from fiscal year 23-24 level to a total of $78,268,329. This funding level shall not negatively impact any sworn staff. Any operational adjustments that need to be made to materials and services and capital outlay to accommodate this amount shall be provided by the Sheriff's Office to the Finance Department no later than June 10, 2024. Those adjustments were provided to Finance by June 10, 2024. Adjustments were made per the motion, but and the sheriff has been upfront about this. She believes she's not able to live within that general fund budgeted amount, which is why a discussion you're about to have is, do you agree or not to give a supplemental budget of additional general funds? Next motion, I would like to move this committee require the sheriff to produce an operational financial spending plan for the implementation of the levy for the remaining funds over the life of the sheriff's levy, the detail of the sheriff's intent to spend that money as described by the levy language by May 2025. The sheriff provided that to you yesterday and the documents you received. Next, we strongly recommend the sheriff's office and county finance staff implement the recommendations of the February 2024 performance audit. Prioritize recommendations 2A, 3A, 6, and 7 by July 1st, 2024. Yes, and the remaining recommendations by December of 2024. I provided you a memo on this about 3 months ago. I've updated the memo. It is in this packet. Again, I'm sorry they're not numbered. Scroll ahead, Andrew. The title says Status Update of Moss Adams Performance Audit, May 21, 2025. There's a page 1 on the bottom. Again, these aren't consecutive. That is it. Of all the recommendations, there are only 3 that are still in progress. Everything else has been completed. Thank you to the cooperation of the sheriff and her team for doing that. What is still in progress? Page 1, the 3A item, which is that the sheriff's prioritize efforts to align its budget and financial practices with recent county process and system improvements, including consistent use of the county's chart of accounts. There's been phenomenal progress and growth, especially under the finance director, Patrick. It is still not entirely done yet. I know he's working on that, but it is still not done. There's still not timely reporting from the sheriff's office. Page 2, this is the Sheriff's Office and Finance work together to develop criteria and expenditure guidelines for the levy and ELED. Long story short, this is the use of levy dollars. This is entirely a political policy decision between the Board of County Commissioners and the sheriff, so this will stay in progress until such time as that conversation happens. That is not a staff-level thing for me to resolve. Finally, page 4, Finance implement a cost allocation policy that requires annual review of the cost allocation plan. There's still a draft for review, but it was not completed yet, and we did blow that deadline. The deadline was supposed to be January 25. We missed it, so Finance has not completed that. So that is a report of the performance audit. I'm now going back to the first page of this memo, the motions again. I move as of July 2nd, 2024, the Sheriff's Office shall be required to live within the appropriations of Fund 100, ELED Fund 216, and the Sheriff's Levy Fund 206. Board consideration of requests for additional general fund support shall be contingent on the sheriff's implementation of the audit report in accordance with Commissioner Savis's motion made today regarding the audit. So again, the performance audit has been almost entirely completed except for the 3 items I just shared. It's up for debate, which you can talk about next, if the sheriff has been living within the appropriated budget or not. It's unclear. I can't give you a definitive answer. It appears perhaps not, but again, the sheriff has been upfront that she does not have the funds to maintain status quo for her office. She should be able to address you on that. But I'm not sure if this motion has been met to the letter as intended by the committee. The final motion was just to approve the county budget, which you did, and is complete. That is my report of that. We have now given you an update on all the documents you have asked for. Now, Chair Cernak, it's time for questions. The sheriff's team is here, and I recommend they be invited to the table if it pertains to the sheriff's office.
I would like to invite the sheriff's office to the table, and thank you for coming. I know this is probably not going to be the easiest process.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I guess we will begin with Commissioner Savis.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this in bites, so I'm not taking up all the time here. So I'm just gonna go back to the FTEs yesterday that we were handed out, sworn, non-sworn, and then Sheriff Brandenburg, you mentioned that in General Fund 100, that the actuals were actually 23 and 4, sworn and then non-sworn. We checked, I guess, and included in our material this morning that we were just handed out, was from HR, Evelyn Minor Lawrence's office, and her numbers with projected retirements and so forth was, I'll find that in my stack here, what, 55 total? And so, in your comments yesterday, did you, in your calculation that you came up with, which totals 27, totals 35, there's a 20 FTE discrepancy. Did you calculate, when you mentioned those numbers yesterday, the retirements, projected retirement? If you're talking about projected hires, potential hires, we should also talk about potential retirements. So balancing that, was yours just only the potential hires and not the potential retirements? Why is there a 20 FTE discrepancy?
Yeah. We're asking a clarifying question for you.
Yeah, the term projected retirements, are those folks who have already, or staff members who have already submitted their intent to retire, or is that people who are eligible for retirement?
That was, gave notice to retire.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, this seems to note the employees who may submit their intent to retire up to 3 years into the future. Is that's
Okay.
the number you're?
So who may submit their intent up to 3 years, so they're eligible, but may or may not have actually submitted their retirement papers.
That's how I'm reading this.
There's 13 that have submitted their commitment to retire,
13, okay,
11 sworn and 2 non-sworn.
okay, that's just
Yeah,
one.
so that's how I came up with the 20 FTE discrepancy. So,
I'm lost on the math for how you're coming up with those numbers. I can tell you we're looking at folks that we have positions, folks that we are offering jobs to. When I left here yesterday, I sworn 2 deputies yesterday afternoon. It's constantly moving. Some of those positions parole and probation positions. I'm talking general funded positions, so separating out. So I don't know her list and if that includes more positions rather than general funded positions. Do you know?
well, yeah, well, you give me both. So in that number, you gave me 23 and 4 out of Fund 100, and then 8 out of the levy. So that was the numbers you shared yesterday, right? So if I add that together, that comes to 35. And then what HR gave us for this morning's paperwork is 55 total, including both levy and Fund 100. So when I add that together, she's got a number of 55, you have a number of 35.
So the 23 I'm talking about is the general funded positions that we're talking about here for this budget discussion. Those are the general funded positions, deputy positions.
Like I
So-
said, I'm talking both.
One moment, Gary, I saw yours.
Let
go
me
up
help.
before-
So the sheriff has not seen this memo from HR, but here's what it says. Let me read it out loud. According to PeopleSoft, which is the software system we use for all county offices and departments, as of yesterday, for all sheriff's office programs, there are 55 vacancies, 43 sworn officers, 12 non-sworn officers. As the sheriff mentioned yesterday, yes, when they offer a conditional offer and it is accepted by the candidate, the sheriff's office assigns that candidate a vacant position number, but does not submit the final paperwork until the background check process is complete. However, it is still listed as vacant in the PeopleSoft system, which is why the HR's numbers are slightly different from the sheriff's numbers. We're kind of talking apples and oranges here, but to be fair, we use the PeopleSoft system for everyone. So it is showing 55 vacancies as today. The sheriff has explained why it's different. But again, with respect, we can't have multiple systems here. There's one system, and it's PeopleSoft. And as of yesterday, it's showing 55 vacancies. Granted, the sheriff has explained there's conditional offers that have been made to those employees. Thank you.
Yeah, just to close this out, we've always operated on what HR gives us for those reports. So, I mean, I don't want to introduce a whole new metric or a whole new hypothetical. I would say hypothetical, maybe that's not fair, but if it's not including the retirements, then and I'm just going to put faith in what HR put forward and just keep that as the baseline. We've always done that. I'm not prepared to change. So my last question is, and I don't know if you got the message. I assume that Gary passed it on, but one of the questions.
Sorry, hold on just a second. We're trying to help you understand how the math about the numbers, because there's another factor. There's another factor. I think that's not being factored in here. We're just trying to figure this out for you.
I'm just trying to look at the number, the difference between the 35, as you say, and then the 55, where we have about 20. But you say there's about 13 individuals specifically who have put intent to retires, which by the contract, they're allowed to within 3 years, but they're not committed to that retirement date. Therefore, they do it for the purposes of the contract, which allows them to uncap their vacation time for the purposes of retirement. So it's, I guess, not a solid date when they put in retirement. We've had people put in retirement and not retire for a year or two afterwards. Additionally, we have retiree rehires through the contract, which can fill full-time positions too, which we do not count because they are actually working, and there's not a cap as to how long they work on that. I think that's where kind of the delta between ours, where we're counting names, versus HR's, which is looking at potential retirements and retiree rehires. Again, I'm trying to understand the question entirely.
I'll note, you also mentioned there were vacancies in PNP, which is funded outside of the three funding sources we've talked about. So that would be a reconciling item also, as that would show a sheriff's office vacancy, but wouldn't be one of the numbers we've looked at in the ELED or the levy or the general fund, right?
No, unfortunately, no.
They live in Fund 100.
Parole and probation is funded in Fund 100. It's not separate.
Is it? Okay.
So I
Thank you.
think we're
Funding
talking about
source is
two different issues. The retirement, the commitment to retire, just put that aside. That does not have anything to do with the vacancies. The HR reports the vacancies as 55. The way that the sheriff's office tallies those vacancies is if they have made an offer, they consider that filled, even though it hasn't been reported in the system yet. And so they're keeping an ongoing tally, which goes up and down depending on the day, but the official system can only show what has been officially reported. So that's why the numbers are different. As they make an offer, they said yesterday, and Evelyn confirmed that in her email, as they make an offer, they consider that filled, but it's not technically filled until it hits the system. That's the difference.
Yeah, I think that there's the delta there. There's also the fact that if I go through and look at all the funds, P&P, general fund, we had 46 total vacancies. That includes parole and probation, which obviously is, majority of that is paid through state funding. Professional staff, which half of those are P&P also. And then looking at also our levy and our Fund 100, which that would be the 46. And so if HR is saying 55, the delta probably is exactly what Cindy mentioned, which is the counting. As we know, we have a conditional offer sitting on the table. The person is starting, 2 weeks, whatever it is. That 46 to 55, that would make sense.
Okay, so related to this, and the question that I think the administrator sent to you yesterday was, can you, again, FTE based, I guess, or overall, with current cost, can the funds, the revenues from the levy fund everything promised in the levy? Have costs now exceeded what was promised?
Thank you, Commissioner Savas. I can speak to that. No, we're relying on contingency funds to fund the levy, and we will be for the next, till this portion of the levy ends.
So
So
what
the
we're saying.
revenues will not cover the expenditures. We're
Okay,
relying heavily on contingency.
All right, that's fair. So so in essence, just so everyone understands, is that because costs have risen, you're basically backfilling that with contingencies, and we are no longer able, with the revenues collected under the levy, to actually deliver what was promised in the levy. Is that correct? That's how I
I'm sorry,
understand
no,
it.
I'm sorry, can you ask that again, Commissioner Savas? I'm sorry. Yeah.
The promise of all the positions in the levy, the promise made, okay, so to speak, if we want to call it a promise, the revenues that the levy generates is inadequate to meet what was promised in there because costs have risen.
Yes.
Okay. So do we have you have a number for that, what that delta is?
Well, I think what I mentioned yesterday was we're going to spend approximately $2.5 million in contingency this year to cover those. There's, I believe, 5.6 to 5.7 currently in the levy contingency account, so that'll leave us about 3.1 million to finish next year and the following year.
Okay. So something for my colleagues around the table is to consider, we're kind of backfilling ELED. But we don't have the resources to backfill the levy.
No, we can't do
But if we have contingencies too,
No.
Cindy, you're shaking your head.
No, go ahead.
Well, the contingency that is an account within the levy fund are tax collected dollars for programming. So what happens if the dollars are,
The contingency is levy contingency.
that's what, it's
Okay, it's
levy
not general
dollars.
fund
It's-
contingency.
And so the
Right.
contingency, so the operating, and we haven't seen yet how the levy has overspent the current year to pull funds from the contingency. So that was one of my questions today is where are these overspent? Because I do see that there's a proposed supplemental budget for the levy for 1.2, but we're not seeing where that overage in the operations has occurred yet,
Okay.
or
That-
where's projected
That was submitted in the spending plan yesterday.
Is that for the ELED, the 1.1?
yesterday.
We don't have a spending.
We don't have a
the levy.
spending plan yesterday.
It was in the packet yesterday that we provided.
Yeah, it's in, yeah. I think, again, we get back to a difference of opinion on projections. The sheriff's office has talked about, not next year, but being the following year, being underwater in the levy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is based on the projections they've made. In finance, and we don't agree with those projections, believe that they're too high. There's, for example, a very high projection of personnel, $18 million next year. The levy, the sheriff's office has never spent anywhere near that in personnel. And so, but because those projections are high, it makes it appear that there's less and less money available and insufficient funds. If you have a different set of projections based on historic analysis, you would not see a deficit. So again, we have just different perceptions on the projections. We are looking at the projections based on past year expenditures and current year spending, and we would have, our projections on personnel would be a lot lower, therefore making the levy fund solid.
So, Chair, can I amend just my understanding is that's because you're basing it on actuals?
We're basing on actual
What the
of
spending
the
is.
past several years and then
So it's
current
not
spending.
matching what the ask is, so it's the difference, it's again, a budgeting structural piece where we're budgeting to actuals, and the actuals are telling us, at least the dollars that are being spent, they're not matching this notion that there needs to be an increase.
Right, the
Based on our
analysis-
budgeting structures, yeah.
We know there needs to be an increase,
Right.
but not
Not
the
that-
extent
the extent
of
that
the
there is.
increase.
Okay.
So when we look at the numbers, the history and the spending, we would have different projection numbers.
Okay, great, okay.
I guess so. Whoever wants to respond, I think what
Could we speak to that really quick before we move on, the projections on the levy?
So I think your question was, does the existing revenue cover, levy expenditures? It does not. I think the discussion here is how much contingency. We've, and I'd like to briefly speak to this. I listened to the session yesterday afternoon. I've listened to it this morning. There's a narrative that we are behind, and we are not. There is one transaction that is not material, and it does not is not dependent upon the bottom line that we have been waiting to get guidance on. 77% of our expenditures are personnel expenditures, right? Those get posted every 2 weeks, okay? An additional 18% of our expenditures are essentially monthly bills that we receive for jail medical services, CCOM, C-800, fuel, things like that. So essentially 95% of our expenditures are pretty steady, right? They come. We, just like any other department, occasionally there's a dispute with the vendor. There's occasionally, coding issues or PO issues that we work closely with the Department of Finance to make sure that our purchases have the spending authority and the procurement authority, but that sometimes that delays things, okay? I have not heard any beyond the one transaction that I mentioned, I have not heard anything that we are behind or expressing concern. Like I mentioned yesterday, and I'm not blaming DTD, this is just their process, right? We had a $320,000 fuel bill for April that we received yesterday. So, I guess for the record, just offering my perspective that we are not behind, that we are not, that our projections are incorrect. Just like anything, we likely fall somewhere in the middle. But that narrative that we are the problem, I just wanted to, for the record, say that is not the case from my perspective.
Okay, thank you, Patrick.
Sorry, I had one more thing really quickly. Coming back to the levy projections, and we recognize that we're not always on, we're never on with our projections. And I think that we have experience with our budget. It is a very somewhat complicated budget. We know it's encumbered, much like our personnel hiring. There are nuances to things about, and we can explain those discrepancies. The levy, the costs are rising. Personnel, our contracts, we're still realizing our collective bargaining agreement that was agreed upon because the factor of the what I call add to pays, when deputies come to us from other agencies and they get this great bonus, it's hard, we can't predict that. Personnel is rising and expenses are rising. And part of the cost of the levy, which was never built into the levy, in the elephant in the room, are the indirect costs that the county developed the second year of the levy. So we're projecting by the end of this levy and the 4 years left, or the 4 years of the levy, the first year to not pay these costs is $9.5 million. That comes back to the county to capture those indirect costs that were not built into the levy. So this was not a cost that we anticipated. We anticipated a moderate rise in personnel costs at 5%. We looked at the past history. We aimed high when we developed the levy. We looked at materials and services at, I think, 8%. And all that has been blown out of the water. It's not a surprise to anybody here. So this is the pressure on the levy. And for us to be good stewards of those dollars and to in the levy in the black, because we're not relying on the county for general fund dollars to backfill. Gary's memo, very clear. And so how do we manage those levy dollars? Chair Roberts was sitting in my seat, developed the levy, has to manage the levy, same thing. I would love to fill every single levy position. I'm nervous about that because we can't come back to you and ask for more money. So we have to be judicious in that. And so that's where we are. If the finance comes up with projections that says we are completely wrong, and I would fill those positions, we would fill those positions. But for me, is to be judicious in how we get to the end of the levy, deliver the services that we promised, and then prepare for now a new levy.
Okay, well, thank you, Sheriff. And again, I appreciate your professionalism, all of you, this morning. I'm hoping we can keep this, just realistic and calm and thoughtful. So if the you know, if you look at it as a business unit, the levy, right, and we realize that we can't achieve that, then we need to readjust those targets, right? Hiring targets and whatnot, and that's not, we don't know how to do that. That's your profession, right? You know how to adjust those targets to make it work. So I guess it would seem prudent right now to know what those readjusted targets are and then calibrate accordingly, right? And so has that been done as opposed to just backfilling with the contingency, this levy contingency? I'll make that perfect. I recognize it's levy contingency, so I'm not challenging it. It's other contingency.
Yeah, so that's levy dollars. So whether it's contingencies or not, we had a rollover from the last levy into this levy. But as we have testified to in years past, I feel like this Groundhog Day, we have a big amount in the beginning, and then, especially with this one, because we added positions, right? So we had to hire, it took us some time to get hired. But once we get going, it's going to eat up that contingency. We've been telling you that for the last several times we've been here, and we are going to see that in this last year of the levy. So we have to manage the services that we're delivering, right, to get to the end of the levy. Part of that is the pressure of all the cost rising and the indirect cost of the $9.5 million from the county that has affected the levy and the life of the levy.
But my question though is, have you recalibrated the business model for the levy to readjust the positions, the goal, the targets, recalibrate it to the fiscal reality of everything you just spoke to?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, let's
Are you
just
doing-
say,
Patrick says he gets it, so he'll answer
Yeah,
your question.
we've had those discussions, Commissioner Savas. We recognize the importance of that, and we have not recalibrated it yet, but we understand that that's a really high priority. We've been investing a lot of time in preparing for the budget season this year, and that is a high priority once we're complete with this.
okay, I'll say one more thing and then I'll pass it back to the chair, and that is that, as I kind of mentioned late yesterday, in my business world, I followed it religiously. Every 2 weeks, I looked at my model, cost, expenditure, everything. And if I saw something coming, I calibrated as soon as I could, so I had a glide path into being in the black. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us, you know, to get that from you as far as how to recalibrate the business model for the levy to make sure that you can meet that, and then tell the public what that's gonna look like, right? We have an obligation to the public in the levy because we made a promise. I think the public can understand the costs have risen and we need to recalibrate. So that's not a bad for any of us, it's just a fiscal reality. Chair, you go back.
If I talk about that for just a moment quickly, part of the recalibration or the talk to the public is that we are going to have to go out for a new levy. And my preference is in May to give folks a chance to decide if they want to invest more, because we'll have a discussion with the board, but my recommendation is that we have to ask for more money to cover these rising costs. And if it's no in May, then we go in November to ask for a status quo. That's a future talk for this board to decide, but that's part of the plan.
Cindy, is your card still up, or do you have a point?
You want it? I guess, before we go on, is this conversation done around the levy, or do you want us to look at more data, or? So,
And I'm going to show, I'd like to show you some budget to actuals on the levy and dispel the claim that contingency is being dipped into, because that is absolutely not happening. And I'll show it to you, and you'll be able to see it for yourself. So this is the levy, and this is OpenGov, and we can slice and dice OpenGov in lots of different ways. So here, at the very top, you're going to see
I'm sorry,
sheriff's.
Sandra, can you expand that a little larger?
Sure, sorry.
get the charts off.
I can't get the
Okay.
charts off, but I want you to see, I've filtered to sheriff's operating levy. So it is only the sheriff's operating levy that you're seeing as a fund. And here is the 24-25 budget, and we can drill down into any of these that you would like. Contingency is a budgeted item, but in actuals, it cannot be spent. So that's what a supplemental would do, is to request to move money from contingency to one of the operating line items. So you can see here's the budget, but appropriately, it is zero. But you can see that actuals, and I purposely set this up so that the difference, and you can see it's a positive difference of 9 million right now. There would be no need to dip into contingency at this point. And here, you can see budgeted authority is 31 million, and they have spent 21 million. So there is no need for a supplemental, and we would reject any supplemental because it doesn't meet the criteria that Chair Roberts mentioned yesterday about calling the state and the state saying it has to be an unplanned, unforeseen expense. And there's nothing that we are seeing in the actual expenses, not even, so here is the projections. These are CCSO's projections. There's nothing in the projections that would tell us that it's going to go over. So we would absolutely reject any supplemental. Okay, so now I'm going to take you to the next page. The next page is the supplemental that CCSO submitted for the levy. Okay, so I'm going to take you up so you can see this is the sheriff's operating levy. And this report, you can see, says 24-25 amended. So this is the amendments that are in the system, again, entered by CCSO. And we'll go over here. This is quarter four. Quarter four is the quarter that's going to go before the board in June. So CCSO did enter a supplemental in materials and services for 1.2 million. And here you're going to see it's in program materials and supplies, 1.2 million. The budget is 157,500. That's what's authorized right now for that line item. They're requesting an additional 1.2 million. That would bring the total, if the board approved it, to 1,357,000. Year to date, with POs, 343,000. Year to date actuals are 196. Finance would reject this supplemental because there's nothing that supports it.
Patrick, do you have anything you'd like to say? I'm assuming you guys have something you'd like to say.
Yeah, I need to take a look at this for a moment. We do have different numbers. We show our contingency going from 7370 to 3106 at the end of next year. So, Sandra, did your, and I suspect they did, but your projections included cost allocations, indirect costs, and our insurance liability payments within the levy as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so while you're looking at that, does that, Sandra, are you,
We're done.
okay. Mr. Carn,
Yeah, so we're moving on past levy information.
for the moment then.
Okay, for the moment, thank you.
Yeah.
I had Sheriff Brandenburg, Patrick, go.
I'm sorry. And Sandra, did your revenue include the restricted beginning fund balance?
Let me verify, but yes, it should have, because I didn't, the only thing I took out was any unappropriated and any reserves.
Okay.
And it had none, so that was a zero.
I'm going to ask Gary a quick question. Do you think it might make sense to take a short recess so that they can get on the
Yes,
same
let's
page?
resolve this before you move on, is
Yeah,
my advice.
okay, then we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Yeah, I just want to say, it appears to be a $9 million, if I understand it, if there's 9 million unspent and there's a supplemental and a need to dip into contingencies, that's at least a $9 million discrepancy, as I see it.
All right, so we'll take we'll plan a 10-minute recess. Hopefully that'll be enough time.
Yep.
We can get to this.
Thank you.
mine get home before noon.
And we'll reconvene. Thank you for giving us the time to figure this out, and I will turn it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. After having the ability to look at the numbers, I was off by 1 year. However, we will be dipping into contingency significantly at the end of next fiscal year. At the end of this fiscal year, we're going to be dipping into it approximately, this is levy contingency, approximately 125,000. However, at the end of next year, we're projecting to dip into the contingency to the tune of 4.2 million.
Okay, thank you. So now I believe we are to Mr. Karn, if you remember your question.
That's a good question. Okay, so separate from what we've been talking about most of the morning here, Sheriff Brandenburg and your team, thanks for being here today. There's a lot of numbers, obviously, that we've all been talked about, and I recognize and respect that there's been disagreement on what those real numbers are. And that can be frustrating for everybody. Certainly as a citizen member, myself, only getting so much access in this process to try and understand a very complex issue, a complex funding source, 3 different sources for the service you provide. And I will admit it can be overwhelming. So I know we're all doing our best to try and understand based on the information that we get, and then complicated by disagreement in what those real numbers are. So forgive me. But at the same time, I try and simplify. I think it's really important, and anytime I volunteer to do anything, I think you should contribute. You should try and bring something to the table that's useful. Not everybody gets this opportunity in the public to serve, so I take it seriously, and I want to try and contribute and not just fill a seat. But like I had just mentioned, because things are so complex, I try and simplify and try and find a way out. Everybody's trying to find a way out on how we can continue to provide the service that you do, but yet meet the obligations that we have. And how do you do that? It's not easy, certainly. Well, one thing that stood with me yesterday that you had brought up that kept coming back to me last night, I was thinking today, is that you thought that a possible hiring pause, freeze, call it whatever you want, might be a solution to the shortfall, whatever that number may be, might be a solution to that. Could you expand on that a little bit more and what that might look like? So should you and should this board, the commissioners, certainly not the budget committee, make that decision, what would that look like for the sheriff's office?
Thank you for that question. We are, obviously, we will not fill general funded positions that would go to primarily it's patrol. So that's putting patrol deputies on the street, which is the pause of those positions. And we have courthouse positions that are not filled. We will have to pause that as well. The pause is necessary positions, especially as our county grows, that will be unfilled. And we understand, I understand the dilemma you are all in, that all the counties are taking a hit. I know that Commissioner West had talked about that, right? We recognize that. So this is my solution to, I could come in here and say, cut positions, and, there are counties, Washington County, I've talked to the sheriff, they cut 20 deputy positions. And so I'm not asking for a cut, because I still believe in a future that we could fill these positions if we work together and figure out a way to fund these positions. The voters, they appreciate our services, they want our services, and the reality is we have to give it to them straight. As we've been saying for many years, the costs rise, and the revenue is just not there. So it's going to, I believe, we have to ask the voters, do they want to pay more for these public safety services, right? So the reality is the courthouse did put us in a position where it took general fund dollars. And those dollars go to services. It's not just public safety. I watched the hearings. I heard from the folks, from the children of incarcerated parents and the other programs, and it's heartbreaking. I recognize that we are not going to be able to fund the sheriff's office at a level that you all wish we could, that I would like us to, that I think that the public expects us to do. They understand, I think, because they have been hearing the message that this courthouse is going to have an impact on services. Law enforcement, public safety is no different. And how I manage the impact and how we manage that together is going to make the difference. And so I'm here in partnership with you to figure out how that happens. And freezing, not freezing, I don't like the word freeze, because I also want to ensure we can fill the positions that we have now, that we can fund, that we don't dissuade awesome people to come work for the sheriff's office because we have a funding problem. That is a difficult line to walk. Nobody wants to come to a sheriff's office where they think they're going to be laid off, which is why I had the conversation with Commissioner Savas about my concerns about being short on this budget in February, when I gave you that package saying I believe we were going to be really upside down. I don't want to hire people and have them leave their job to come here for me to lay them off. So, that being said, I think that there will be an impact. There will be positions that won't be filled. Detectives, patrol, the jail, we won't be able to fill all the courthouse positions, and we have to manage that. But that's on me, and I know that the voters trust me to do the best with the dollars that I have. So you're going to be making a decision, not just for the sheriff's office, but for all of the budgets. And, I just ask you to fund us at that number 2 that I provided to you, that solution, which include, at that level. If we don't receive that funding to continue the services we're delivering now, I will have to cut additional positions. And through attrition, I don't want people to lose their job. I know that County Administrator Schmidt, our whole goal was to not have people lose their jobs, right? And so, and I know you have a difficult decision to make, and I would not want to be in your shoes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we're not the only ones with difficult decisions. I know it's difficult for you as well, not being able to get everything you've asked for. I believe Commissioner Savas was first.
Yeah, so Sheriff, I don't understand your business. I'm not going to pretend to. But what I have commonly heard in, my history here as a county commissioner, which pains me, is to hear that the cuts always seem to be not in materials and services, or not in support staff, or not in admin. It always seems to be patrol and then the jail and so forth. And as hard as those positions are and expensive as they are to hire and fill and keep filled, to me, that's our greatest asset in the sheriff's office, are those sworn positions, why this budget committee put priority towards a sworn. So getting back to the budget that you proposed, I guess, which is at tab 9, pages 11 through 17, 18, 19, through 19. I'm looking at a lot of ads for personnel that are not sworn. So it seems to me that might be a more prudent place to cut. Again, I'm not here to tell, but there's a lot of positions here. So I would just, again, I don't understand, I'm not gonna pretend to, but it seems to me that, perhaps some of these ads shouldn't be added. And maybe that helps keep the sworn officers in place. And I just compel you to look at that. This is what you got proposed, or personnel ads that are not sworn.
So, thank you for that. About 27% of our staff, of my staff, of my 607, assigned FTE are professional staff. I've been here a long time, so 34 years in the sheriff's office, where, and I know that Mr. Rhodes also remembers the time where the sergeants or the deputies had to come off of patrol to come into the office to do the things that we have our professional staff now doing. So that is a trade-off. We need essential professional staff to support the work that the deputies do throughout the organization. And it is, if somebody's not doing some of that work, and I understand, I mean, looking for efficiencies, I totally get it, if we're looking at leaning down, right? In 2022-23 budget, I proposed cuts of 3.6 million in the beginning when all of this started happening, if you remember. And that's where I started. So, our sworn staff are our most expensive, right? And so it is a trade-off of balancing efficiencies and getting the jobs done, and then also finding out where the cuts come from. The sworn staff are just more expensive. In your packet, you saw we worked with county finance to develop what a deputy costs, right? So that we could recoup our costs. And so that is $279,000 for a topped-out deputy, $175,000 and they're expensive. That's where our money is.
Yeah, I don't dispute that at all.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't dispute that at all. And I'm saying, I would use the word, I know they're expensive, but I would say they're most valuable. And I think that is what the
Absolutely.
public who votes for the levy and votes for all these things put value on. Called the boots on the ground, as we discussed yesterday. I think that's our greatest asset. I know it's expensive, but it's an asset. So just want to put a positive spin on that and look at maybe the less important things, right? And whether that's materials and services or other support staff. I'm looking at the finance page here, right? There's a number of places here in your budget that there's increases in non-sworn positions. So maybe I'm just asking, could that take a second look?
I'm gonna look at everything when we get done with this budget, when you all decide where we land. But my professional staff are valuable. And so, and I know you didn't mean to make it sound like they're not, but they're extremely valuable. They do the work so that the deputies can do the work. And it is, when we had our staffing study done in 2022, they were amazed about the amount of work that we could do with the very few professional staff that we have. So we did look at the staffing to see where we're at. Were we upside down? Are we about right? And they were amazed that we could do the work with what we have. I mean, the majority of three-quarters of our office are sworn. So, but I appreciate your point.
And I'd like to add something to that too, Commissioner Savas, I think, to illustrate the point that we've tried to make yesterday. But as far as our materials and services costs go, 80% of those are pretty much spoken for before we begin the year. So it's not things that we're not buying new drones or buying new engines for our airplane. Those include cost allocations and indirect costs and a very large CCOM bill. It includes C-800, it includes jail medical, it includes food and fuel and vehicle maintenance, things that we have very little control over. So when we talk about cutting materials and services for next year, we feel that we have about 3.4 million in, I know the sheriff doesn't like me using this word, but discretionary money, but it's not even really discretionary because we need that to cover our training, our safety equipment, our program materials and supplies. So there's really not a lot of materials and services that we can cut. And lastly, especially hiring patrol deputies or jail deputies or civil deputies, it costs money to equip them. So there's a connected materials and services expense when we hire those personnel. And I'm not disagreeing that those are very important assets to the county and the sheriff's office. I just want to share that it's just not as simple as, let's cut materials and services and invest more money in personnel, but it's because it costs
Well, I'm
money
not
to
saying
get.
cuts, I'm just saying these are ads. Just to clarify.
I'm sorry,
These
my
are-
apologies,
Yeah,
yes.
these are ads. I'm not suggesting cuts.
Right.
These are ads,
My apologies, yeah.
additional positions that you have in your budget. So did you say planes plural? Because I'm aware of one plane.
No.
Did you say planes plural?
No, I didn't. I said If I did, it was a mistake, so my apologies.
We
yeah.
do not have another plane, and we do not have a helicopter, for the record.
pardon, Sheriff?
Helicopter. I had heard that we'd had a helicopter too, someone said. So we do not have a helicopter either.
But
One plane.
you do have a plane.
One plane that was seized on drug asset forfeiture. Yeah, dollars. And I want to talk about the materials and services really quick because you touched on that. So this current budget, if the pie charts that I provided to you, you'll notice that the M&S, the big chunk of money that we don't have a lot of control over, we don't have control over the costs, 18% of our budget this year. For this upcoming budget that's submitted before you, it is now at 20%. So I don't like discretionary, safety equipment training, that small piece of the pie that we would cut, for years I've been talking to Gary about this, is that we can't keep cutting materials and services because that small piece of the pie, which went from 5 million now to 3 million this upcoming budget, I need to train. I need to provide vests, which expire every 5 years. There's costs to running a public safety agency, 24/7. And so, we can't keep cutting those line items. So
I'm not talking cuts, I'm just talking about the ads.
I hear you. I hear you.
Chair Roberts.
Yeah, my question was really on materials and services, so you kind of answered that question. And then also maybe you could just touch on vehicles. And I know, Lee, the medical costs at the jail are one of the huge things that we have no control over. So maybe you could talk about those things for us.
Sure. So obviously, medical in the jail, one requirement, constitutional and statutorily, but also it's a huge cost of our budget and continues to rise, as we all know, with medical costs out in the real world, just like it is in the jail. There's no difference. And so we're seeing greater increases every year. It's going to keep putting pressure on our jail budget. In addition, as you mentioned, vehicles. As was mentioned yesterday, we have an older fleet. As older fleet, what happens is that there's increases in maintenance costs. And so we are starting to see that as our maintenance costs for those vehicles continue. And those vehicles are important safety component to those assets, to those deputies. They need to have cars that work. They need to have the materials and services to make sure the fuel's there, the bullets are there and everything. And it's just a continue, as we see with inflationary costs going up over and over again. And vehicles are one of those areas that is a larger discussion, and we really need to determine a vehicle spending plan over the years as our fleet continually get older and older and older.
Great, thank you.
All right, I believe Mr. Rhodes is next, and then Commissioner West.
Good morning again. I just want to restate my love and respect for the Sheriff's Office, and all of you included. I am happy to see Patrick here and Under Sheriff Lee's promotion. I'm grateful for the work that you've done to work on communications with finance and the county in general. I respect the work that you've done. I do want to recognize, though, that your arrival, Patrick, in the position and your promotion under Sheriff Eby came a portion of the way through this fiscal year, right? I mean, you weren't here this entire fiscal year. And so I just want to call out and recognize the amount of work that you've put in since your arrivals and promotion to do this work. So thank you for that. The Moss Adam audit work and all that stuff, so I'm grateful. I want to talk a little bit about the 4%, that what you called version 2 of the budget. First, I want to talk about the levy. So we can all recognize that, because we just keep talking about it, but so let's just call it out. We have a courthouse, it costs money, that's a demand on our revenue. There was an allocation cost model that changed a year ago, and that's a demand on your budgeting. Right? And those things are what they are, right? And so we can keep complaining about it, or we can just accept that it is what it is. So here we are today. The bottom line is that the cost of doing business, largely personnel, rises at a rate that is higher than the increase in our revenue. We can't change that, and that's just the way it is. Every department in this county is making cuts, making sacrifices, and perhaps unfortunately, that's going to include the sheriff's office. I'm going to talk about the levy just a little bit. The levy is a sort of a smaller example of the same problem, right? The dollars are fixed. You know what your income is for the levy. But those prices of personnel and stuff have changed over time. And my understanding is that as you are trying to do the things that you want to do with the levy, be a good steward of those dollars, you intentionally keep some of those positions vacant because, quite frankly, you can't afford to fill all those positions. I would qualify this as vacancy savings. So today, and we can debate about the number of this, but it's roughly 16 positions in the levy, give or take. So my first question is, that 16 positions in the levy and the vacancy savings that you experience by not filling those positions, does that help you get the levy to the best of your ability to deliver the services that it can for the duration of the levy?
So the number, there's differences in numbers. So we have 8. Vacancies.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Currently.
I don't
hear
want to
you.
interrupt you too much, but this is one of our aggravating things. We debate over the number of vacancies. We can call it 8. We can call it 6. But my point is, there are vacancies, and I don't care what the number is. The vacancies in the levy, is that intentional? Is that, which would make sense to me? That's a savings so that the levy can get there, regardless of the number.
So as I talked about before, it's managing the funds, because if we're upside down at the end of the levy, you don't have the dollars to backfill part of Gary's budget message, correct?
Correct.
So yes, we are concerned, and I know that we'll be working with county finance about the projections, but to be good stewards of that, to make sure that we are in the black, we have to manage with vacancy savings. And that's just how it is. 9.5 million unanticipated costs. This isn't something that we did. It's not a mismanagement of us and of the levy dollars. It's a matter of this is what it costs. This was not costs that we factored into the levy, which will have to be factored into the new levy that we asked voters to fund. So yes, but we will have to manage that levy, much like I'm sure that Chair Roberts did when he was managing the levy.
Okay. I understand, and thank you, and that makes sense. So then applying that same philosophy to the Fund 100, if this budget committee were to propose that 4% budget, which we're referring to as version 2, could you, the sheriff's office, if that's your number, can you survive with that number and use that same philosophy of vacancy savings through unfilled positions to manage a budget for the fiscal year 25-26?
Well, quite frankly, it was my number 2 for you. The option, right, is to not hire the vacant positions that are in, that we have now, and I say 23. This would add additional positions to that.
I'm sorry, help me understand. This would add. Version 2, when I talk about version 2, this is we were handed this this morning. It says rebalance reduction of 4.3 million.
Yes, we were handed that this morning too, and I see the 4.3, right? And I think it was similar to what happened last year to our budget, right? So 4.3 million is projected from county finance. You guys must have worked till midnight last night. That would be cutting additional positions throughout the office, in much in the same way as managing the levy.
Cutting additional.
Yes, so we would hold.
So
we would hold.
Just so that we're all talking in the same terms here.
Yeah.
Again, my example on the levy. You have positions on the books for the levy, and whether it's 8 or 16 or whatever number, they remain unfilled, right? So I'm calling that an unfilled position is a vacancy savings. That is not we're not cutting a position. It is an unfilled position. So my question is, take that same philosophy to the sheriff's office, 100 fund. If you have unfilled, and we can fight about the number, I don't care what the number is, you have unfilled positions. If those positions remain unfilled, can you live within this budget? Not, and I don't mean cutting positions. I don't mean laying
Yeah,
people
yeah.
off.
That's an inflammatory word, and I take that back. That's not my intention. So it is the same philosophy as my number 2 option for you, which is to pause, which is to not take back those positions that the county has allotted. And the county sets the number of deputy positions for folks who may be watching this later. The county sets the number of deputy positions, right? And also provides the funding for those. So the vacancy savings, we would have to not we would have to hold vacancy savings in positions, which would put less deputies on the road, perhaps at the jail. That's me to manage, but there would be an impact to delivery of services. And to what level, I don't know. I can't tell you because I was just handed this morning, but there would be an impact.
I agree. I agree. I think that, as I stated at the beginning of this, the courthouse is expensive, allocation models, things change, revenue doesn't increase fast enough to costs outpace it. Everybody's going to experience some level of effect on their level of service, including the sheriff's office. I understand that. And my question is can you sustain that level of this budget within your, but essentially by pausing your filling of those currently vacant positions?
So above the 23 that is on my number 2 pause hiring option for the committee. So there would be additional positions that I would have to hold vacant above the 23.
Okay, but there would.
We on the same page?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
And I
There
think-
would be a number of vacant positions in addition to what you currently have, that you would have to remain holding vacant to balance your budget for 25, 26, if presented with version number 2.
Yes, but I don't have vacancies right now for those positions. So it would have to be through attrition. Right.
Which you anticipate.
Well, there's natural attrition, correct? So, although, I think Patrick had something to say.
Patrick?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Just to add some nuance and context here. So 4% increase, we're going to be paying for a 2.8% COLA. We're going to be paying for increased PERS expenditures. We're going to be paying for step increases for staff. That is going to eat up more than 4%. So it's going to be very difficult with the 4% to meet what we're talking about here. And I also want to add that the general fund represents 56% of our budget, and that's how public safety is funded in the world, I believe. Other departments receive federal and state grants to operate their programs. The grants that we receive are to do supplemental things, right? We don't get grants for patrol or jails or things, to operate those things. So at 4% to us is reducing that or keeping that the same is a much bigger impact on us than it is on other departments, because that, like I said, that's 56% of our overall budget. So I just want the board to keep that in mind when comparing, well, everybody else is taking 4%, why can't the sheriff? It's disproportionate, because that's, like I said, that's 56% of our overall revenue. I just wanted to make sure that, for the record, that we're all aware of that. Thank you.
And that's fair, right? And I agree. But that's the reality where we live in, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Speaking just for myself on this committee, the number's the number.
Yeah.
We know how much money we have, and we're trying to figure out how best to allocate that, right? And so, just to clarify, that I believe that the answer to the question was that if the sheriff's office presented with version number 2 ballot of the budget, again, that's the roughly 4% increase, it would mean a diminishment in your services. It would be uncomfortable. This is not what you want, but the reality is you could survive this number by absorbing that deficit delta in vacancy savings.
Yes, not immediately. So there would have to be a natural drawdown with attrition. We have a very lucrative contract. Folks are being paid. We have not had the rate of retirements because people are hanging around, which is great. So we'll have to manage that. So it's not a, it will be interesting. I don't have a plan for you. Like I said, I received that this morning. But the vacancy savings would, obviously, we would want it to come through attrition.
Okay, all right. And I imagine there's some other things you could do, programs you can affect. And I mean, there's not a, I mean, you guys, I recognize that you have tightened the belt. It's about as tight as it's going to get. I understand that. But I imagine that with your vacancy savings and a few other changes, and I believe the sheriff should have the choice of how you manage your office. I guess, thank you. That's really my only question. Is that yes, you could survive this version 2 of the budget?
Well, thank you. And I wanted to talk about reduction of programs mean people.
Yeah.
And so I don't have the authority to lay off people. So that rests with the county administrator. You made that very clear in the beginning of our budget process. And so if that is the direction of the board, that you would like me to look at programs and reducing current staff, that would be a discussion with the county administrator.
That's correct.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I yield.
Cindy, did you have a point that you wanted to clarify?
Just very quickly, I think, assuming that vacancy savings would bear the brunt of this savings, I think, and I'm sure the sheriff will look at this, but, looking at your M&S, because there was a projection of about a 20% increase in M&S. And so I know that, and you talked about some of the quote-unquote, I say non-essential, if you will, I don't know what else to call it, but I just would hate to see the expectation that the savings would all be borne on vacancy savings and really looking through the whole budget.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. So because with every person comes the cost of equipping up and all those things, it's a natural, it would be a natural balance with the M&S line.
I believe Commissioner West is next.
Thank you. Under Sheriff Evie, I just have a question around the us getting the 1115 waiver support. For those that don't know, when you enter, if you're a person in custody, you lose your Medicaid. If you had that as coverage, or you don't get Oregon Health Plan or things funded by Medicaid, it's been a huge strain on counties. And we are unique in the nation to have an opportunity to have some support 90 days before someone is released back into the community. Is that accounted here, those significant savings that we'll see from the 1115 waiver, and what will that look like on the budget? And I'm just curious about how this all intersects with that development.
Sure. Thank you. And I do appreciate you bringing that, because 1115 waiver is a huge game changer. As we know, we've seen a lot of jails, prisons across the country. Health insurance is a huge burden. We are, in our county, uniquely kind of positioned our jail. We've been working closely with OHA as this 1115 waiver was first developed and started moving out. Unfortunately, it's not baked into the budget, so to speak, because we don't know what that's going to look like. Additionally, recently having a discussion with OHA, because of some funding issues at the federal government level, they're moving that 1115 waiver potentially off a year. Where we were looking to implement it next year, it's potentially looking at 2027 now. That's the most recent information we received. There's still a lot of unknowns as the state works with the federal government to kind of determine what those costs will and how that will roll out. So it is still something we are working with and planning for and trying to move forward with. As we're trying to also get some funds from OHA, which I have brought to the board to help us create that kind of infrastructure. So when it does happen, we will see those savings. Unfortunately, as I mentioned then, and I'll mention now, there's so many unknowns right now. We don't know what that looks like, but the potential is substantial. And we are working towards that. Unfortunately, got pushed off.
It's unfortunate that it's been pushed off, because
Yes.
we have been needing it, and we'd love to have it.
Yes.
And it's been, it was discussed heavily at NACO Commissioner Schrader within the Health and Human Services subcommittees. And I know NACO's advocating really hard, but a lot of counties didn't even have the opportunity that we have right now. We're very, very fortunate, and it's very rare to be able to have that opportunity. And I'll stop belaboring it. I was hoping we would see some of those significant savings now.
Well, I'd also like to thank both the commissioners and NACO and everybody for the support, because this is something we've talked about for a long time, and that's why, our jail is unique in that we will be one of the first to do it, because we knew that this would be a big change. It is unfortunate that it's been pushed off, but we're still hopeful.
Yeah, I'd love to take our model and how it works for us back to NACO and keep fighting in DC for this. It's way overdue, and I was hoping maybe we would find some pennies in the couch cushions right there. But if it happens, it's more than a penny, I'll tell you that much. So thank you.
Commissioner Savis.
Yeah, I appreciate all comments of my colleagues around the table here and responses from the sheriff's office. Mr. Rhodes had some great comments, some great questions, and, I'm hearing maybe it's comes in the cuts, or maybe it comes in the form of not filling positions and so on, and we heard about materials and services. Again, I can't surgically prescribe how we get there, but I still have a lingering question here, getting back to, Patrick, your response to the, before we went to the break. After you came back for the break, you said you got the wrong year, right? But still, if this year there's 9 million roughly unspent, right, in the levy, and your response was, it looks different next year. I'm just trying to figure out what made up that difference. And so, it's going to go back to Sandra or Elizabeth or Cindy. I want to better understand his response from what you see in the numbers and what the delta is. If Patrick's response is legitimized in numbers, what is the gain or the difference, and then what is the unspent remainder of that 9 million? What comprises that 9 million?
I can answer that
If it's true, it's all burnt the next year.
yeah. So it's 7.3 million that we're carrying over, I guess. So not 9, but just
Okay.
FYI. The biggest delta is about a 3.5 million increase in personnel expenditures.
Okay, so if there's 7.3 carryover, why does it look that much different next year, where you're burning the 7.3 plus you're dipping into the reserves?
We're adding 3.5 million in personnel expenditures next year.
Right, but that doesn't add up to, doesn't give me to 9 million or 7.3.
Well, we're going from, so there are other revenue and expenditure factors, but we're going from 7.3 to 3.1
Okay,
next year.
so can I get our staff's perspective of how that looks with the spreadsheets in front of you?
Sure. So I'm just eyeballing this one, and we haven't done the analysis on the levy that we've done in the general fund and ELED. I think that it's a little conservative. I think that just looking at the 9 million that year-to-date is going to be shown as a carry forward. So just comparison, CCSO has 7.3 as a beginning balance for next year. I think it's going to be closer, probably in the neighborhood of 9 to 10 million, to be quite honest. So given that, and then the expenses are in the budget, for the budget, there's normally always a savings in the levy. So in the levy, that the expenses are probably conservative, and so there's some cushion in that, and that those will be lower. If you were holding my feet to the fire, I'd probably say that they're going to end next year in the neighborhood of 5 to 6 million.
Additional?
Ending fund balance. So Patrick's saying it's going to go from 7, which is what they have in the budget now, to, I'm sorry, they have in the budget 5.8. It's going to be 7.3, or I'm sorry, projected is 7.3. I'm saying it's going to be closer to 9 to 10 million. That's my projection. And next year, it would probably end at about 5 to 6.
Yeah.
And I have a question related to that, if I may. What was the beginning fund balance at the beginning of fiscal year 24-25? What was beginning fund balance for 24-25
7.4.
for the levy?
7,684,000.
Okay, so if they do come in at 7.3 as projected, that will be a very slight consumption of beginning fund balance in the current year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So,
And I can show it on the screen if that helps, if you're.
yeah, that would, but again, I'm just kind of going on to actuals and trending. I've done that my whole life. So I don't see how we trend to the point to where there's not substantial untapped resources of levy money. So that's the part I still don't understand. It's just not computing in my head.
Well, debating over and I hope we have $9 or $10 million left in contingency or beginning fund balance next year. That would be wonderful. But these are just projections. And regardless, the revenue that we're receiving from the tax, without contingency, without beginning fund balance, does not cover the cost to run the levy.
Your projections, but not based on actuals, is what I'm hearing. I'm
No,
looking
no,
at them
no.
for actuals.
No, Sandra's still saying that we're going to dip into contingency. We're going from 9 to 5, is what you were saying, Sandra? Or 10 to 6 or something?
No,
Or
so
beginning
you
fund
have,
balance.
you have 7, and I'm saying, I think you're going to end somewhere in the 7s. I do.
Okay, beginning.
Ending balance.
Okay. I think, but Sandra, you're still saying that we will be dipping into beginning fund balance, restricted balance next year? Because you said, I think, from 9 to 10 to 5.
Let me share it, because now I'm getting lost in the numbers. And sorry, these are going to get small. I'm going to try and make it a little bit bigger for you and still share. And, okay, you can see the screen now. So this is just the levy fund. And let me see, I'm going to focus you here first. This is the amended budget, so right now. And,
Why don't you read the number?
yeah, Member Cernak, you said, what was the beginning fund balance? It's 7.6 million, 7.7 million. What we've got in taxes to date is here, 22.5. I think that we're going to hit probably about 24 million, so slightly more. Right now, interest earnings is coming in significantly higher than budgeted, so that's going to help us. And then in the operating expenses, we've got, and let me see, you can't just look at this number here, this 25,791,000, because it includes contingency down here. So you have to take this number minus contingency to get to the spending, I believe. Hang on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is a different spreadsheet than what I'm used to. This is the total. So this is just the operating expenses, as it says. Right now, actuals are 21.3. So right now, we're at May 29th. We've got 4 more weeks, and in July, we do accrue payroll back. So there's 1.7 of a payroll that will be expensed back into June. So there's some additional, you can't just do straight math and say, oh, we've got 1 more month of payroll. It doesn't work like that. We have to actually post back a little bit of the July expenses that were earned in June. So this number, again, just eyeballing it, I think is probably going to end at about 23.5. That's going to leave a savings in the expense. So what I'm projecting is the revenue is going to come in a little bit higher. The expenses are going to come in a little lower than budget. So what we're going to end up with is adding to that ending fund balance. So rather than subtracting from it, we're going to add to it. That's my projection right now, barring any journal entries that move expenses to other funds or things. So That's what we're seeing. Like I said, and this is not a bad on CCSO. This is actually very typical, but budgeting tends to be conservative. So that's normal, and it's the projections, it's this time of year where we do closer true-ups, because we've got actual experience. And so this is a good discussion for us to have about what is going to be happening in 25, 26.
Can I add some nuance on that as well, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I also ask, can you scroll down and show projected ending fund balance here?
Yes.
While Patrick does that.
Sure.
Oh, do we do that?
Yeah, it would be the 3106, 3.1 million essentially, I think is the budgeted.
And Kenny, this is it. This is,
Yeah. So I guess I think that it's not a disagreement, it's just a different perspective is on the expenditures, right? The budget team is projecting we're going to be at, I think you said 23 and a half or so, Sandra, but we're projecting a few $1 million more, yeah. Like I mentioned earlier, we charge the levy its portion of the fuel, right? We have about, we have 3 months of fuel still to pay for, which is about 900 grand. We charge the levy its portion of cost allocations and C-800 and other things. We want to reflect the full cost of the levy. So I think the difference as a perspective is how much the expenditures are going to end up at the beginning of the year. But regardless, as you can see here, Sandra, can you scroll up really quick, Sandra? The revenue minus the beginning fund balance, the operating expenditures are more than that revenue. So we are relying on that beginning fund balance to carry us through next year and the year after. And I think that was your original question, Commissioner Savas.
Well, sort of. So,
and I'm sorry, I would disagree with that statement. I think right now, in this year, we're still under. But I do agree that the future, as costs escalate, that we're getting closer and closer to revenue and expenses matching.
yeah, so I just wanted to say that from what I've seen in the budget, okay, again, in tab 9, which is the sheriff's budget, and looking at the trends and then some of these other numbers, I mean, when the numbers pop out to me, I mean, us number of people know when things just look kind of, things become really clear, they just pop. And I don't see, granted, I don't disagree, extra costs come in, fuel, it's 2 or 3 months late, so on and so forth, but I just don't see, well, the good news is, I see a lot more revenue available.
Well,
That's the good news,
so Sandra,
okay?
can you
But
pull that back up
I
real
don't
quick?
see the justification to say, frankly, that there's not enough revenue, and we need more. That's not what the numbers are showing. That's why the actuals are so important. So if we have that much of a, I won't say discrepancy, but whatever the word is, how do we as the public budget committee respond to this? We got to have good numbers, and our numbers got to match.
I agree. Can I demonstrate what I'm trying to say here?
The problem is that we can't hear you on TV.
And that's the general fund, is that what you wanted?
No, I want the levy, please. The screen that we were just looking at.
Let me find it again, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's just look at revenue and expenditures for FY 25-26, okay? The operating revenue, or the total revenue, excuse me, is $32.58281 million, okay? That includes 7.3 of beginning fund balance. So the operating revenue is really $25.2 million, okay? And that's right here. Those are the numbers. Our operating expenditures are $29.4 million. So the operating expenditures are greater than the operating revenue.
Okay, but as I look at again, getting back to the expense side, I don't see that trend. So where is that trend that gets it to $29 million of expenditures?
So if you look at the projected year-end personnel services of 14.75 million, and next year's budget is 18.2 million for personnel expenditures. That's the increase. That's what's causing the operating expenditures to increase so much.
So
yeah,
if
additionally, the capital
I
outlay,
look at the amended budget that's up there, it was 13, it's in 23-24, it's 17 in 24-25, and it's 14 and 24, actually, the projected year ends 14.5, and then you're talking 18. So let's just say that's accurate, that's 4 million. But there's still a delta.
Well, there's between operating expenditures and operating revenue, there's, quick math in my head, $4.2 million, right? If you subtract the 4.2 million from the beginning fund balance in the FY 25-26 budget, it leaves you with $3.1 million in contingency, which is that bottom line there. So that's the math, if that helps.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but it still doesn't pencil. I mean, I get if we just talk revenues are revenues and expenditures are expenditures, you're on a
Sure.
trend where, if it went up 4 million, right, and you have a revenue line that's showing a consistent number, there's still a sizable delta there.
Well, the delta, I mean, I apologize.
The
Commissioner
delta
Savas.
between the expenditures and revenues.
Yes, our expenditures are outpacing our revenues, yes.
But excluding the carryover, I mean, the carryover, the carryover. The
Yeah.
carryover is another add, which is more good news, but what I'm saying is that from a trending, I just don't see that. I'm gonna let staff explain, because they got better, or ask staff to.
Can you, Andrew, I sent you an email, it says, levy year-to-date.
So I just wanted to share the levy dollars collected each year are anticipated, I believe, by the voters to be spent. So each year you want to program these dollars.
Go ahead.
And then the next year you collect new taxes for those years' services. So it's not spending spending any carryover balance is not a bad thing. That means you're meeting the constituents' needs and requests to spend and program those dollars for the public safety. So I think what we've seen as a trend for the levy has we've not been programming all of the dollars collected. And so by budgeting to spend more and then actually spending these dollars is the correct way to go. This levy is not designed to have a contingency or a carryover each year. It's designed to spend the dollars for the public safety that was voted on. That's my philosophy of this fund. So it's not a bad thing to program any of the carryover because that's the intent of this.
Just very quickly, if you look at the screen, this shows you, again, from the budget to actuals in the levy, and the highlighted line is personnel. Consistently, there's another chart, but it takes longer. Consistently, the personnel has been over-projected to actuals. For the past several years, it's been over-projected. So you look now, again, what Sandra was saying earlier, the 17 million in the budget, their actual is 13.6, and you look at the bottom line here, they're still projecting an $8.1 million contingency. So, and the numbers are going to change over the next month, but I think that where we come into probably the most different view is the projection around personnel. When we look, as I said, over the past several years, the projections almost every year have been higher than actuals. And so applying that going forward, we believe that they will not be underwater in the final year of the levy, based on history. So again, that's That's what they have projected, and we have a difference on that.
Yeah, and the 25, the personnel number, so looking at next year's budget, that's provided by finance. We didn't come up with that $18.2 million number. You give us the personnel expenditures.
And that is correct. We give you the cost of the authorized positions, and then you adjust it for overtime, for vacation, sellback, for retirement payouts, the incentive pays, because we don't know what those would be. So that is correct, and that's the case for the entire county. I wanted to share. Oh, and yeah, and the projections are not ours. The projections would be CCSO's. Let me share this. So this is, again, the levy fund, and what I wanted to point out is materials and services here, the highlighted. And can you see it, or do I need to make it bigger? A little bigger. Okay, no problem.
A lot bigger?
A lot bigger?
Bigger? Perfect.
Okay, let's do that. And I'm going to scroll down if I can find the bar. Okay, so this is what I wanted to share. Actually, we're going to go all the way over. So this is the 25-26 budget, but what I wanted to share is it's got a built-in 24% increase in materials and services and 61% increase in capital outlay. So those are some pretty sizable increases built in, and those increases are not due to cost allocations, because I know that that's going to be one of the things that's shared, but
I'm sorry, Sandra, to interrupt. You're talking, that's levy alone we're talking about.
this is just the levy. Yes, just the levy. And so we're going to come down here. Sorry, I'm going to make you dizzy for just a second. Almost there, 4 sevens. I got to get to 4 sevens. It's taking me longer because I've got it so big. Okay, 4-7. These numbers compared to, so if we just go, oh gosh, I'm going to have to make it just a little bit smaller. Sorry, everyone. So here, cost allocations.
It's a decrease.
For next year, the cost allocations by and large are going down.
Yeah.
For everyone countywide, because Gary purposely held us down low so that we could manage the costs across the county. So you're seeing, by and large, that the total, and I'll try and find a different report that summarizes it for you, because this is a lot of detail. But across the county, they're either flat or were held or went down just slightly.
Right, so back to the 18 million for, let's just say it comes to fruition, 18 million for the personnel cost. There's still 8.8 million by, I think you showed, left over, which is the good news.
Yes.
So I guess that's my point. Again, I'm here not to prescribe, but the numbers that you're providing and the actuals are the guideline that I would put my stake on, as opposed to what we're seeing there, or what I'm hearing. I don't know how to get there. We got to account for that discrepancy.
So if I may
have to.
ask a clarifying question. Sandra, you had mentioned that the personnel cost is provided based on authorized positions, not filled positions. Is that correct?
Correct, authorized
Okay,
positions.
so
So
that-
what we do is we take all of the authorized positions, we calculate what the authorized increase is, and then that gets escalated, so PERS gets escalated based on that. Fringe benefits, medical, all of those things get escalated based on the CPI numbers that we receive. We calculate that, and the departments are instructed not to change that, because those are tied to a person, position number, and there's only like 3 personnel line items that the departments actually are able to change.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, is authorized in that case filled or available? Like,
Available, so vacant and filled.
okay, so that's why historically it's been below, because the budgeting amount has been based on the total authorized, but there have been vacancy savings.
Correct. And if you recall, 3 years ago, one of the changes that we made was we said, rather than budgeting at 100% for all of the authorized positions, we want you to build in a vacancy factor, meaning that for the vacant positions or the upcoming vacant positions, like in the case of a retirement, where you know someone's going to retire in September, and you know that it takes you 4 months to fill a position, calculate out the 4 months of savings, because that is really a realistic number.
All right, thank you. So I think, well, Paul has stepped away, but I think that that answers the why we're not trending to it question that he's been asking. Yeah, let's do if, Gary, do you have
May
any
I
issue
just,
with that?
before you, Chair, may I just?
Yeah.
Just to be quick, and unfortunately, Commissioner Savas isn't here to see it. The levy, this is a question, I think the number's 19 patrol positions, is that right, roughly right? 19? 18, thank you, 18 positions. And so roughly the personnel services includes that number of 18 million, includes all of those 18 patrol positions and the other stuff. And as we said earlier, we're currently running, there's a debate, 16 or 8 positions vacant. So the 8 positions vacant, right, means that the actual expenditure is less than the allotted budget line. Right? So that's the discrepancy, right? The reality is you're budgeted for 18 million, you have some vacancies, you don't spend 18 million. That's the difference between these. And when we often talk about actual versus budgeted, this is the reality of that. We budget for full positions, you actually don't fill all the positions. This is the delta between those two. Am I right?
Yeah, with nuances like with everything else, right? I don't
Right,
think-
there's costs that are associated with
the
that.
incentives in the union contract and things like that. That
Right.
may not have, yeah.
Right, but the big lever, I mean, the real, is an empty position, or a currently unfilled position versus a filled position is a big difference in the number. All those in the other things you talk about they impacted as well, incentives and so forth. But really, you unfill a position, that's, by your calculation, about $250,000 a year, right? So the big difference here is caused because you have about 8 unfilled positions currently in the levy. That's the delta between these two. And so again, so when we say actual versus budgeted, this is the most common difference between the two. They're just unfilled positions, right? Which is it's a management decision, right? And it's how you manage your levy funds, right? And it's good business. I understand that. I'm not complaining about it. I just want to clarify that that's the difference between these two, right? Is that you don't have all 18 positions filled.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
All right. Sandra, is your card ready to go down? Okay. Gary, do you have any issue with a short recess?
Take a short break, please.
All right, let's go 15 minutes. So we will reconvene. So I feel like we've exhausted the topic of the levy. That's one small part of the whole process. So I'd like to begin with talking about what the sheriff's office will need for the supplemental budget.
There are three numbers that we need. 1.5 million is for the ELED. There's 6.2 million in Fund 100, and that includes 3.6 in personnel and 2.6 in materials and services.
All right, Cindy?
The supplemental that you submitted on, for ELED was actually 1.375 million in general fund, so not 1.5.
The 1.5 is the latest projection, yes.
But the
So
additional
we
general.
may need to amend that supplemental.
Right, but the general fund portion of that was 1.375, that's what you submitted. So I just want to be clear on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So to recap, you said 1.5 million for the ELED, 6.1 in Fund 100, of which 3.6 is personnel and 2.6 is materials and services?
6.2 million, yes, in Fund 100.
6.2, okay.
But the ELED is 1.375. But not for general fund.
So the ELED number,
We're asking about general funds, it's 1.375.
there's an additional 1.375 that'll
No,
have to
instead of the
come?
1.5.
I think Cindy's trying to clarify, ELED is a different fund and a different district. So
Yes.
it's actually, we have to look at it, you have to almost wear two different hats.
Yep.
And on the general fund side, the only thing that matters is the general fund support that's being requested. That's 1.375. When you wear your ELED hat, you would need 1.5 as the discussion, because that's the total supplemental that's being requested on that side.
Okay.
Does that make
so
sense?
For the general fund, then are we talking 6.2 or 6.2 plus 1.375?
We're talking about 7.7 out of the general fund, the sum of those two numbers, because as we discussed yesterday, there was a direction to reflect the full cost of the ELED and not bear those costs in other funds, and that's what we did, and that's how we came up with, doing that caused that $1.5 million need from the general fund to supplement the ELED.
Okay. So before, yeah, Gary, go ahead.
I just want to tee up why you're having this discussion. I need direction from all of you, but primarily the Board of Commissioners, if you agree or not to this request for $7.7 million of general funds, because it impacts the proposed budget, it impacts the base of what the sheriff's general fund will start with, and it impacts the forecast. All three things you need to know before you finish your work today. That's why we're having this discussion now. Thank you.
So, and to clarify on that and ask a question. The supplemental budget is voted on only by the 5 Board of County Commissioners. But
That
we
is
can provide a recommendation, or will provide, I should say, a recommendation to the board.
Yes, the Board of County Commissioners will formally approve any supplemental budget changes later at a business meeting, but I need direction today from the board in particular, where you're going, because you need to know that the entire committee on what the base number is going forward for purposes of the forecast.
Okay, and as a clarifying question, does this need to be an ongoing, or can this be a one-time? Because last year the message was, if you need additional funds to keep staff, then we'll backfill that. That does not appear to be the message this year. So is this one-time money? In which case, we would not have to increase it wouldn't be taken into account as your base for next year's amount? Or does this need to be ongoing funds that will have, so instead of going to what, 882?
I'm pretty sure it's ongoing. I mean, it has to be, but Patrick, please.
Well, like with everything, there's nuances, right? This specific request is to cover our expenditures this year. right? Whatever the base that you want to decide for next, or what our base is next year, right? That's a decision for the committee. And we've outlined some options for you on what, and you have discussed some options. But this request is to get through this year. And then whatever you set our budget at next year is, up for discussion, and, that's a policy decision, so.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't see the order everything came in. I'm not sure who was first, Paul or?
Can I also, I'm sorry, to add to that, just to clarify, for the ELED, the policy decision of the board was to use general fund dollars and Commissioner Salas has been asking this question for many years, what is the actual true cost to the general fund? And so what does the district not pay for? So we know what that is, that's that number, and that can be managed, much like the levy. So if the decision were made to the board to not use general fund dollars for the coming years, to mitigate the drain on the strain on the general fund, we would have to run the ELED short of deputies.
Commissioner West says he has a quick clarifying
quick.
question, then we'll go to you, Commissioner
I
Salas.
got lost a little bit. So there was a conversation about the 1.5 versus the 1.375. I'm just trying to scribble like some helpful notes so I can track. Can you bring me back to that on what that was about, and then what is the right number?
The total submitted by the by the Sheriff's Office was 1.5 million, of which 1.375 is general fund. The rest you had increases in your revenue, and so those are the changes. So of the 1.5 million total request, 1.375 is general fund.
And this is
LED.
submitted by a supplemental?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm tracking now. Thank you.
Commissioner Salas.
I'm really apprehensive, so I'm going to take these in little bites here. And so what I need to know, when we did the ELED, I remember the number 679 or something like that.
676.
676, thank you. So 676 was the requirement, and that was to get us through this fiscal year?
No,
or-
676 was part of the proposed ELED budget for next year. It was an
next year.
additional
Okay.
676,000.
So what is there any, the only thing I want to talk about, Paul, the only thing Paul wants to talk about now, what is a supplemental budget needed to get us to finish this fiscal year out only? What is the number? I heard about the purchase of the vehicles or whatever it may be. I don't know which it is, but if I want to vote for anything, I want to know specifically what it's for. So what do we actually need? Not for next year, but to finish this year out, legit, what is the number?
That's what Patrick just said. To finish this year, $6.2 million for the Fund 100, the Sheriff's Office, and $1.5 million for the ELED, a total of $7.7 million of general funds.
So why is it explain the 6.2, break it down.
Patrick,
for me.
would you please say that again?
Sure. The 6.2 includes $3.6 million in personnel expenditures in Fund 100 and $2.6 million in materials and services in Fund 100.
So we overspent?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm asking, yeah.
So what was authorized by the Board of County Commissioners for an over expenditure? This is the first time I'm hearing of it. So we are the board, and this is post-budget. We didn't authorize that. So are we in violation? In some kind of violation? Because how did that happen?
You have not formally authorized it yet. This is why we do supplemental budgets the last month of the fiscal year. If it appears a department, based on projections, is about to go over, we come to you before the fiscal year ends. We're having this discussion now because otherwise it's scheduled for the last week in June, and that's too late. And because this impacts the proposed budget, as I've told you, that's why we're having this conversation now.
So what the Budget Committee, the motion as you read earlier, as far as any extra cost, which one was it, Gary? Number 2, number 3?
It was the
There we go.
one down, I think.
So the motion was that, I'll just read it. I move as of July 2nd, 2024, CCOs will be required to live within the appropriations of Fund 100 ELE 216, and the Sheriff's Levy Fund 206. Board consideration of request for additional general fund support shall be contingent upon the sheriff's implementation of the audit report with Commissioner Savis's motion made to regarding. So this is it sounds to me, if I heard everything correctly today and yesterday, that the implementation of the audit report hasn't happened completely. And we didn't authorize anything above that, and here we are doing that now. So to me, someone overstepped, or some department overstepped, or somehow. I need to understand that because I can't vote for that. I'll just tell you right now. I can't, I'm not gonna, if there's been a violation on or overstep and over expenditure or deficit spending, that is not okay.
So, may I say something?
Please.
So, we were charged last year to continue to hire. This board directed me to continue to hire. And to cover that cost is personnel, materials, and services. This is what a funded sheriff's office costs. So I think it's disingenuous to say that we have overspent or done something in violation. We have done exactly what this board has asked to provide public safety services of this county. So that is disingenuous. We have worked with finance. When I met with Gary in April, Under Sheriff Eby and I did, I asked about the audit because we hadn't discussed that in a while. And he said he considered it completed and done. And in December, I know that Cindy met with the board and talked and updated the board. There were 2 remaining items. One is the levy discussion about the funds, which we still have to have a policy discussion on. And the other was getting the information into the systems, which she said at the time, quote, she didn't have any concerns about that being done. So this just feels a little disingenuous that we have done exactly what this board has asked us to do.
Sheriff, I respect your opinion, but I distinctly remember language that the authorization to spend more if needed was for sworn personnel. You mentioned in your statement materials and services as well. We said sworn.
And part of sworn is the safety equipment, the training, the things that they need to do their job.
I understand that interpretation. When I voted for that, it was sworn personnel.
And part of that is materials and services. We can't just send somebody out without uniforms, without a vest, without a gun, without a gun belt.
So what was the net gain of expenditures? What was the actual expenditures of additional sworn people? The total number of sworn added. What was the total number of sworn added?
I don't have.
From a year ago, when we made that point, I need that number.
Is what? 24.
If I may clarify while they're asking. To be clear, we have not yet exceeded appropriated funds, correct? This is to prevent an issue in the remainder of the year.
That is correct, yes.
So I'm talking about the net. I know you added people, I know you lost people, so I need the net add.
I'll get that for you. I believe the number I have in my head is 24.
Okay, so 24, let's just say times 250, comes up to what amount of money?
6 million?
Okay.
I think it's one thing that is,
Go ahead.
important. The sheriff's office didn't add positions, you filled positions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Correct. I don't add positions, so that is done through the county, through the county administrator, so.
The only positions added to the sheriff's office were the 13 deputies for the replacement courthouse. That is it. No additional positions in the sheriff's office.
We did add, Contract Cities did contract for, I think, 4 additional deputies.
You're correct.
But that is a wash, so they pay for those.
So I want to break that down. So it was how many deputies were added? Sworn?
13.
well, 13, which was the courthouse, but that was baked in the budget. Well, 7 was baked in the budget, right?
6 for the current budget, and it's in the proposed budget for fully funding for the year.
Okay,
So,
and
so
they,
I'm sorry, I want to add, I don't believe we've received funding for any of the courthouse deputies in our current budget. They're built into the upcoming budget.
We're waiting for the supplemental for those deputies.
Cindy, can I have you turn your mic on, please?
All right.
So I believe we came to you the direction from the county administrator was to come in December, January, to get a supplemental budget to add the funding for those deputies for the courthouse. I believe when we went to finance, you said that we were not out of money to not come and get that and ask for that supplemental budget because we were not out of money. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was before my
But
time.
they should still
Yeah,
add
so,
that now.
so we attempted to do that, to follow the direction. And so the courthouse deputies are not in this 24-25 budget. So,
So to clarify, that's somewhere between 1.3 and 1.5 million of this ask was expected as a result of the county courthouse employee. Is that correct, Gary?
The sheriff is correct. We have not done a supplemental budget yet on 6 months of the 13 deputies because you had not expended your general fund yet. And respectfully, your data was not up to date in January, so we didn't have accurate numbers, and you had not demonstrated you had spent your general fund that you were budgeted, so there was no need to do a supplemental budget at that time. But that is true of this 6.2 million. There should be funds to fund 6 months of 13 deputies, which is what number? 1.4 million should go forward. I respectfully suggest you should do that to fund those 13 deputies.
the courthouse opened a couple of weeks ago, so where did the 13 deputies, where'd they show up at? If the courthouse opened 2 weeks ago?
talk about staffing.
Seems to me going forward, we've got a month and a half or 2 months of a requirement for 13 deputies, because the courthouse wasn't open 6 months ago.
We also have to train them, Commissioner, and so we have about 7 currently sitting over there, and we had to train them prior to that to get them up to speed to go into the new courthouse.
So it was authorized when?
I authorized it December 2024, or
For
early.
January, for 6 months.
Effective January 2025, because of the training requirements it takes. I allowed double hiring, so you could use existing staff and reassign them so that you can make sure the courthouse was ready to open with the appropriate deputies on May 19th.
Okay, so an additional 7 was not budgeted, all right? And the net add, I want to go this fund by fund, the net add for Fund 100 for deputies, the net add is how much? How many deputies?
Do you have that number?
Oh, I think it's around 24.
It's around 24?
I think so.
It's around 24. We also have rehires, correct, in some of those positions?
Yes, I believe yes, correct.
Yeah.
So the net add in Fund 100 was how many? Of sworn. The net add for sworn.
So I hesitate to answer that because I don't have that here. I can
Okay.
get it for you.
Yeah, my point is, we spent a lot of time this morning, to me, it was almost to showcase that the numbers aren't jiving with the levy, right? And I think if we went through the same exercise of Fund 100, we might find more, right? So if I'm gonna add more and do a supplemental budget, I wanna base it on real numbers. So, you know, for example, let's just say your response hypothetically was that 12 of those deputies were levy, but you just showed us that there's $9 million left over. So why do we need to do a supplemental budget if there's $9 million in the bank for levy, and let alone what for Fund 100 is? So I'm looking for the mathematical, actual justification for anything. So I'll get to, you know, you hired some folks to train for 7 additional. Okay, I'm okay with that. But I need to understand what the actual hires were and where, which of those funds, putting ELE aside, how much was sworn, because that was what the board just said, sworn. And if you don't have the number, I don't see how we can get the 6.2. Respectfully.
All right, so can you guys work on getting that to us? Reach out to HR or something? Can someone reach out to someone that can find that?
We'll work on that together. We'll need a short break at some point, but maybe keep going to the questions.
Yes, oh, absolutely. I am unsure who is next between Ms. Rader and Ms. Rhodes.
Well, my question has more to do with the LED and the supplemental, the 1.5, and it just doesn't seem like the trend on the general, on that fund. So I was hoping that maybe Sandra could give us some perspective on the fund balance in the levy fund.
Oh, hold on, so just clarifying question. You said ELED, and then you said levy fund. So
Okay,
those are
in the
two
levy
separate.
fund.
The levy, is,
I'm sorry, so what was the question exactly?
The trend in the fund balance.
Okay.
You mean for the ELED, where
For the levy.
Yeah.
ELED.
Yeah, the 1.5 was ELED.
ELED is we're talking about.
Yeah.
okay, so I'm, let me share this. And hopefully I'm understanding correctly. You asked me about the levy, so this is
No,
the.
ELED.
No, it is the levy that I want to know.
Oh, okay, now I'm, so the levy, the trend, this is just ending fund balance, revenue minus expenses each year, and what you're seeing is budget and then actual, okay? So the shaded is budget, white bars are actual, or white columns, and you can see that each year, like here, nothing was budgeted or projected, but the actual was almost 4 million. In 22, 23, again, nothing was budgeted, actual 7.8. And then this year, this is the year we're talking about, 24, 25, and
Well, 23, 24 is 7.5.
yeah, and, well, but I have to open it because it's in contingency here. So the budget, this would be the ending. What we believe, right, or what we're seeing right now is 9, and what I think is it's probably going to be closer to 10. So Ms. Raiders, is that, the levy is what you wanted to see? Okay, so thank you.
So a net 10 FTE.
Net 10 FTE. This is the levy. I don't. I
10
think-
million.
No, I mean of the levy, net 10.
Oh, yes, but, oh, you said FTE. I think ending balance is what,
I was asking ending balance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay. Sorry, lots of numbers, lots of terms. I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about.
So I do too. So what you're telling me is that there's $10 million left in the ELED ending balance.
No, in
The
the
levy.
The levy. So,
Okay,
so-
the levy.
Yeah, so
The levy,
reminder.
which- Okay, not
the-
okay, got it.
Yeah, so the sheriff spans, well, actually 5 funds, but 3 that are critical for our discussion. The general fund, which is the bulk
Right.
of their budget. That one, I believe, is like 102 million. Then it's the levy, which is voter approved.
Which is at the
That's
whole county.
correct. And that one's like in the neighborhood of 32 million. And then we've got the ELED.
Which is just a small
It's just a
enhanced.
district.
Okay.
That one, and so that one, the levy and general fund are in Clackamas County, which is your purview. The ELED is a separate district and a separate
okay.
agency, or a separate board, good night, a separate budget committee. And so that's why we're saying you have to make sure we're wearing the right hat, because this group doesn't have purview over the budget committee for the ELED.
But they are asking for some funds from the general fund.
Correct, correct. Yes,
Okay.
they're crossing the street.
Well, they're,
So that's why
they're
we're having
asking
to
for
talk about it.
an intergovernmental transfer,
Yes.
essentially, yeah. Is that the end of your question? Mr. Rhodes?
Thank you. I do sit on the ELED Budget Committee. So my question's about the ELED. When we passed the 25-26 budget on Tuesday, It included a general fund contribution of about, I think it was 670 something, 670,000. So, is that right? Yeah. So so a $1.5 million ask just to complete the last month of this year seems to be in stark contrast to what the 676. So help me understand the difference. How did we get to $676,000 contribution to general fund will make solvent the ELED budget for 25-26? Yet, how do we get to we need $1.5 million for the last month of this fiscal year? I don't understand, and it seems it doesn't add up for me. So help me understand that.
Yeah,
How did that come about?
So, just as a reminder, the ask this year and why it didn't trend in the ELED is because in previous years, we would subsidize additional expenditures in the ELED with the general fund. We would do,
Right.
behind the scenes, so to speak, because we were, I think, instructed to keep the ELED, solvent on its own, but we weren't able to do that for several years. This year, we were instructed to let's reflect the full cost of the ELED in the ELED, and that's where the ask is. So that's why there's no trend before of general funds support through a supplemental budget process to the ELED. Okay, that 676 number was provided, a few months ago, and I don't know that was based on projections that we had or based on what our actuals this year, so I can't definitively answer that question. However, whatever dollar, just like any portion of our budget, it's your decision to tell us how much you are appropriating us, and we will make our best efforts, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I understand that, and that's our job, and we'll do that.
Yeah.
So is the 676 number that we approved wrong? Is that what we're saying?
It would be difficult, extremely difficult, and very unlikely that we could fund the full 12 positions in the ELED. I'm sorry, there's 36 positions in the ELED. With that amount of general fund support for the ELED next year.
I'm sorry. So the budget that we passed is incorrect. The budget that the ELED budget committee, this committee, we passed on Tuesday, is. You're telling me that the proposed budget is short. It's going to be. You anticipate it being inadequate.
Yes.
Well, then why did we propose? Why was that the proposal? If you know that it's going to be inadequate.
I feel like that might be a question for another committee.
Well, here's another way of saying it, is that one jurisdiction, ELED, on Tuesday, approved the budget with 676. That is public record. That is the ad, and I assume that ad would be the number we would be adding today, like you did. And not only that, but the history has been that the general fund support for, in this case, 676, didn't come from outside the CCSO. I expected it to come from within CCSO's general funded support, Fund 100. So I just want to make that distinction between general fund support and Fund 100, because Fund 100 is general fund support. So that's where it should come from, and all I'm trying to do is get a motion on the table that makes us legally whole for the minimum requirement to finish this year out. And if we can't answer that, I'm not gonna put in money on we think it's this, or it's these positions. I just need the specific numbers to know what justifies that 6.2 or whatever number we come up with. It's a legitimate question.
My apologies. That was the number that was given to us by the budget. Similar to every fund and program that we operate, we get a number from the Department of Finance. And
That number,
that is the number,
676,
yes.
was provided to you.
Yes.
And then you operated on that assumption, and that was the budget that you proposed.
Yes.
Now they want.
Thank you. And then by your calculations, the 1.5 ask now is different math.
Gary, go
This
ahead.
is the ongoing problem.
Yeah.
Our two very talented budget teams have discrepancies all the time.
Yeah.
And we can talk about that later today. But yes, it's a projection that, yes, the budget team provided it because we did not have accurate projections from the ELED. This is before your time, Patrick. I know you're doing amazing work, and thank you for that. Please let me finish. So you're hearing from the staff, 1.5 million is to keep the ELED whole for the next 5 weeks. Let me be clear, the county general fund has always supported the ELED. And it was, last year you said we are not transparent, make it more transparent. But it's always been the case. This is not new in the last 2 years. ELED has been underwater for a long time. The county general fund has supported that. So what you're hearing is 1.5 just to finish the year. What the ELED board approved was a projection, which appears as not accurate. So a year from now, you'll be having the same conversation. You'll need more general fund to finish the ELED. So the issue is, how do we work together as two teams? We'll work that offline, or you direct me otherwise. But I'm sorry, everyone's doing their best, but that's the problem. And that's why we're facing this today.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, thank you.
And I'd like to add that we were directed to fill all 36 positions.
So does our finance staff agree that the financial requirement to make ELED whole, what is your number? I need your number.
You know, I think one of the things that's important to understand is we've been negotiating over the past several months about looking at CCSO's number, looking at finance number, what can we come together? So it wasn't just finance throwing it over the fence or just CCSO throwing it over the fence. The 676 was a negotiated number. It wasn't one that either one of the teams put together, but that was a negotiated number for ELED. So we can't track back to how that number came because it was a compromise number.
Well, because the way I look at it is if we don't match it dollar for dollar, then we need to go back and open up ELED and modify the budget and form the budget committee again to fix that. So I could only get the 676 because that's what we legitimately did Tuesday morning in a budget meeting. Publicly. And we got approval to do that. So that's the number. If it's negotiated, it's negotiated.
Right.
It's not time, you can't renegotiate what we did Tuesday.
So I want to move to Commissioner Helm, but to clarify, that 676 is for the 25-26 year?
Yes.
That is
Correct, yes.
part of the proposed budget in what department?
That's a separate governing district. It's not part of the county budget. It's separate.
Okay,
And so
but-
today, you're just talking about the general fund.
Yes.
Backfill.
But that's an intergovernmental transfer from the county to the ELED, correct?
Correct, yes.
So that must be reflected somewhere in the proposed budget?
It isn't,
Yes.
yes. it
Okay,
is.
I just want to make sure that
The
that number
676
matches.
is in there.
Okay, so that's covered, that matches, that ties happily.
Yes, yes.
We're talking about fixing the current fiscal year. Okay, I think Commissioner Helm is next.
Can I, before we move on, Commissioner, I
No,
apologize.
it's my turn, Angela. No, go ahead.
I will, go ahead, ma'am.
I haven't spoken the whole time.
I know you haven't, and I apologize, but much like the management of the levy, as we talk about managing the funds and projecting and getting as close as we possibly can, because we want the accurate information, is we will have to watch the ELED and manage the staff in the ELED, much like the levy. We can try and get as close as we can. There's all kinds of factors. So I just want to state that. So we can get as close as we can, and as we get to the end of the year, which is why the numbers for Patrick has bringing to you, is we know more as we get closer, obviously. We know what the real costs are. So just want to caution you about that. And we will look at the ELED, and we'll manage the ELED dollars and talk, and work with the ELED board that provides great input. And so, apologize, Commissioner.
No, it's all right, it's all right. Because I'm going to get out of the weeds just a little bit here, because again, new, trying to understand the information that Gary gave us this morning was helpful. So I'm hearing kind of some contradictory things, right? You were told to fill positions. You were told to elevate the number of staff that you have, right?
Correct.
And I understand that. But at the same time, looking at the motions that were passed last year, I was not here last year, was I move as of July 2nd, 2024, the CCSO shall be required to live within the appropriations of Fund 100, ELED Fund 216, and the Sheriff's Levy Fund 206. So where I realize expenses have gone up drastically for everyone, right? Personnel, M&S, all of that. So at what point is there checks and balances throughout this process where we're saying, do it, build it, but live within it? So where are those? And is it happening at the 11th hour? And now we have to to do the bailing here? Because it really seems like this is live within your means, because here's your budget. And if your expenses have gone up over time, you have to course correct throughout to make sure that you're living within that budget that we asked you to do last year. So help me out.
So, yes, thank you, Commissioner. So it was the live within these budgets, which live within this appropriation. To come back for a supplemental, you need to abide by the audit, right? So I don't think the expectation is that we would be able to add staff, continue to fund, to keep the ELED fully staffed, which was what the ELED direction of the board was, and expect us not to come back for a supplemental budget. And then I remind folks in the very beginning, we have hard costs that we anticipated that were not covered, and we're told to come back for a supplemental budget. So we're here with a supplemental budget, and I don't think it should be a surprise to anybody that we're here. We worked hard with finance to help with the issues with the audit. And I think that I think you guys believe that we've worked hard with you to meet that. And so I don't think it's a surprise that we are here. This is what it costs to fund what was asked of me to do at last year's budget.
Any comment, Gary, before we move on?
I mean, that's what the sheriff's saying is true. She would come back to you if there is an additional need. The performance audit is 95% done, as I mentioned. I've witnessed the sheriff has lived within her means very well. She's worked very collaboratively with me and the county, and I appreciate that. As I mentioned, the ongoing issue is just the timely financial reporting. Again, it's under Patrick's leadership. Thank you, Sheriff. We're almost there, but that's why we don't have a full year of data, though, which I know next year will be resolved. We won't have this again. But if I may, I just have a question. I'll throw it out. Of the 6.2 million you need, I know we're the 7.7. Can it be similar to what we talked about the levy? Do you have vacant positions? Could that accommodate, or have you thought of that?
Vacant, they're filled.
To minimize the need for this amount of funds for 5 weeks?
No, the ELED positions are filled in ELED, they have one vacancy.
Can you I'm not quite sure, like, can we?
Do you have vacant or unfilled positions?
Yes, we do.
That you're not going to fill, obviously in 5 weeks?
Right.
That would impact that you would not need 6.2 million.
Those projections are based with that's baked into the calculations
right,
for that,
all right.
yes.
All right, does finance staff have something? I see a couple of cards over there.
Just really quickly, I think one of the things, and Gary mentioned it a little earlier, and Patrick mentioned it, when ELED was part of Fund 100, it was being subsidized. When ELED moved out of Fund 100, that subsidy didn't go with it. That subsidy stayed in Fund 100, and so that's why we're seeing the need to put the additional money in, because the subsidy that was happening isn't happening anymore. And and if you take the money out of Fund 100 now, you just exacerbate the issue. So it's one of those crazy-making things, but the issue was the behind-the-scenes subsidy over the past couple of years of ELED.
Okay. Elizabeth, did you have anything? Okay. Thank you. And if those cards could go down to help me keep track. I think Commissioner West is next.
Yeah. This is really difficult. Commissioner Helm, thank you for that question. Mine is along the same lines. I'm not going to make any accusations because that's not helpful. but I can't help but notice it feels like that what was appropriated was overspent. That has not been resolved in my thinking yet, based on the very clear motions made last year. Also, I alluded to this yesterday in my questioning, the same concern. I am not clear how we go from 670,000 for ELED, and then today we have another number of 1.5 with a 1.37 million asked from the general fund. I hear we're negotiating, but the numbers are either the numbers. It's not necessarily a negotiation. This is the number to have the need met. That's how much we're going to try to make sure you get. It's not a negotiation. It's kind of black and white. Based on two competing departments here a little bit, our finance teams, it's as somebody that sits on this committee, it's really difficult to have a clear understanding that's not muddy about where we need to go with these public dollars. It's unfair and quite frankly tiresome. And my third budget committee with the county, I'm like totally over it. Like, it's exhausting. It is better. Thank you, Patrick, and Under Sheriff Evie. Thank you. Thank you for your jumping in here literally midstream, and that's not fair to you guys. I'm sorry. But there's real consequences if you overspend your budget. And I'm not clear that we did not do that here. The consequences are by statute are officials who authorize expenditures exceeding budgetary appropriations may be held personally liable. Over expenditure above a budget appropriations would be cited by an external auditor as an audit deficiency, and then we'd have to report that to the Secretary of State. This is serious. And so, like, the big looming thing is I need to be assured before I vote for anything that we did not exceed appropriations, period. There's no excuse, there's no nuance there for me. And I don't want to know a good negotiated number, I want a real number, and it's frankly tiresome that we don't have timely reporting to actually do our jobs today. And I don't know how we move beyond that here. I can't, Commissioner Savas, you're right. I just legitimately, in good faith and ethically, morally, in my public duties, cannot vote for what I see. And there's frankly no excuse. And I applaud this committee because it's not very often that we have to get this down and dirty on a public budget, because I remember often it's a little bit of a rubber stamp, not with this committee. I mean, we're really getting into the weeds here and doing hard work. But I frankly am, as we volley these things back and forth, I am very far from any kind of support. I know we don't have a choice. And until that can be fully explained, that we did not overspend our appropriations, all of this is all mute. It doesn't matter. So I'll yield back with that, but I'm not that interested in negotiating numbers. I want real numbers for once.
Can I speak to that? Thank you, Commissioner West. And I know that, that the reason for the supplement, and I'll let Gary explain, but I'm going to speak from the heart a little bit. Okay, I've been in this role for 5 months. Prior to that, I was with the Department of Finance for 2.5 years. Prior to that, I was at Multnomah County for 9.5 years. Various finance, budget, procurement roles. When I accepted this role, I didn't know I knew very little about how the sheriff's operations, how the sheriff budgeted, trends, projections within the sheriff's office, and how they differed, right? So in negotiating numbers, I looked at things that I had learned in the past, right? And projections and forecasting methodologies. And as Sandra alluded and Elizabeth alluded, we had a lot of meetings. We had a lot of discussions around projections. And obviously the importance of timely reporting and financials. I still don't want to necessarily admit that that's the issue, because I don't really think that exists. But I'll concede that, right? This is a big ship to turn, and we are doing the best that we can to turn it. I value the time that finance has invested in discussing our things with us. But I think it's a give and take where it is a complicated program. 23 programs, 5 funds. It's a very complicated budget. The way that the timing in which we buy things and the things that we buy, a lot of it is very difficult to forecast. And there's trade-offs, you know, we either need to buy new vehicles or we need to invest more in vehicle maintenance, right? And it's very difficult decisions and very difficult to project. I want to continue to work with finance going forward in aligning our methodologies and our projections to get closer and not just have a negotiated number that essentially, from my part, came from a place of ignorance and not necessarily knowing what the sheriff's operations and budget, you know, was. So, you know, I just wanted to address that it's not, you know, I'll take some ownership and accountability, and that we are doing the best that we can, and you know, we will continue to do so going forward.
I appreciate that, Patrick, and you don't need to take accountability. You've been here for 5 months, and this is far predates 5 months. And so I'm completely in awe and proud of your service to the county. And before you were at the sheriff's office and your public service, thank you. Like, and Under Sheriff Evie, you too, like the tone and the demeanor this year is much different than last year. And that in large part has to do with both of your professionalism. It doesn't negate my concern at all. Once again, we can squabble over who has the most complicated budget, but there are other very, very complicated budgets like DTD and Health and Human Services, H3S, and we're not having this problem with them ever. So it is hard to garner public trust when they can watch us do this live right here the way we're doing it, and it's too much, too many years. I don't know, and my questions still aren't answered. And the big looming one is, what's this liability that we may be facing right now? Did we overspend what was appropriated? And the motions were very clear to try to right the ship last year. And I do not have a clear answer that we did not do that.
So I'll let Elizabeth respond.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to bring some clarity to the 1.5 million that is being requested for ELED. That is for this current year. Right now, we have projected need of general fund for the district of 82,000, but the request now is a new projection of 1.5 million, and that's from general fund to the ELED district. I've not seen a request to modify next year's budget at all. So the 676 that was approved in the ELED district on Tuesday still stands. That has not been proposed to be changed. But what we did discuss last year, and appropriately, and the sheriff's office participated, is like, let's be transparent in how much it costs to operate the 36 patrol staff and to support them. And we knew that it was going to require general fund support, but it was unknown how much it was going to be. So this is a discovery year. So when we negotiated $82,000 of general fund to supplement the ELED, that was based on the tracking and the entries that have been done for the last 11 months, because 10 months, because we just did this negotiation 30 days ago. So this budget was only put together 30 days ago. So that was fresh. So what my challenge is how did we get from 82,000 30 days ago to $1.5 million in funds? So I wanted to make sure that you understood it's not changing next year's budget. It's discussed general fund for this year to get the LED whole.
And I guess I want to clarify the question about, have we overspent? And the answer is
No.
not yet.
On July 1st, 2025, if you do nothing, yes, there will be a budget violation then, but there's no overspending. The sheriff is coming to you now. This is the right process to take. But the question, unfortunately, though, because we're at this late point, if you were to say no, then basically you don't have a choice other than you lay off staff for 30 days and then bring them back in July. That's horrible. I mean, there's really no option at this point. It's limited options. But no, there's no budget violation because this is a process we follow. But if you reject, though, then we'll have a problem. That the choices are either to cut or to overspend knowing that.
Quick follow-up?
Yeah,
or-
so we technically did not overspend our appropriations because at the 11th hour, we're coming and begging for more money from the county's general fund. But if there is accountability for those, basically, yes, not technically, but in reality, overspending appropriations, then there's massive consequences in a formal budget violation in July. Is that correct?
That's one interpretation, yes.
That's my current interpretation.
May I say something? Sorry, Commissioner, again. Is that my budget has been underfunded. And coming into this, I provide an ask, this is how this works, with the county administrator. This is what I need. Oftentimes, well, always, it is, we can't afford that. We need something less. And so part of that was the coming back and asking for deferring some of these M&S things that are monthly billed to come to the end of the year, right? That's due by the end of the year, to come back for a supplemental budget. So between the reductions last year, coming to the committee was 3.5 million reduction, with the caveat, and I think public members were here, I know you all were here, and it was to hire up, staff up the ELED. We will cover that, not this particular committee, but for the ELED, to staff the 36 positions, to continue to hire. And that I would come back for a supplemental budget with the caveat of working through the audit, which we have been great partners at. So we are not in a budget violation. I understand that we may not be happy because now I believe we thought we had more money last year. I know that has been the talk of commissioners, that we are not like our other counties. We have money, but something has changed. And the change is that we are out of money because of the courthouse. So I am doing what you told me to do, and I'm coming back to you for appropriations for running a 24/7 law enforcement office.
That's not what the actuals and the trending is showing, that we have real numbers on right now. That's 87,000 is significantly different than 1.5. Like, I have to go with what is in front of me. I can't speculate
So
at the last
I'm
minute.
sorry, Commissioner. The numbers that we end up with ultimately come from the county administrator and from county finance, with county finance. So that is the process that we have currently in place. And to speak to the looking at the actuals and of the ELED specifically, is that the sheriff's office has been picking up those costs. And that's what precipitated me coming to the ELED board to say, we can't keep doing business this way, it's not transparent. My first year as sheriff.
Sure.
We have to show what the real cost, Commissioner Savas had been asking this question, of the ELED. I proposed it could not cover 3 positions, right? And this board said, no, we need to do business differently. We worked through the IGA, we separated accounts, more transparent process. County knows what you are asking to pick up, that the district can't afford. So, and now it's about 5 deputies, I believe now, looking at the numbers. And so that has been an arduous process. I agree, Commissioner West.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and that's all true. I'm not disagreeing with that. It doesn't change. I still don't have a reconciliation between 87,000 and 1.5. I don't, yes, everything you just said is true, and yes, I'm frustrated, clearly, and it's not personal, and I'm super proud of the amazing work that your department does. It's incredibly stellar, and we're all proud of it. But at the end of the day, with this public financial responsibility that we have, which isn't mutually exclusive, can someone please explain to me the 87,000 versus 1.5, and then where and how did we get there, like today, on the clock we're on? I don't get it.
So if you'll allow me, on your screen is, again, the system with the financials, and I just want to say and I'm going to try and say this without the frustration, because it is maddening to not be able to see eye to eye, I guess, for lack of a better word. But I think that the reality is that when we negotiated the numbers that were input into the projection, it was based on the actuals that were in the system at the time. And because they have been behind, the numbers have now changed dramatically. And that's what you're seeing. That's why you're seeing such a disparity between the 82,589 that's in there in the projection versus the 1.5 that's being asked today. And I think I actually, Patrick, would totally just appreciate more of, you know what? I'm coming in there and I'm cleaning the house because I'm new. And that's okay. Stuff was done differently than I would have it done, but with my experience, I'm doing it differently now, and we could get behind that and move forward. But it's I don't like the throwing stones and feeling like, anyhow. It is what it is. You asked what we think it is today. We actually are not too far off. Our projection today, and this was done by the budget team staff on 5/21, right now it'd be just under 1.2 million. That's what we believe based on the numbers that are in there today. And I will share this caveat, and that is, so even the numbers that Patrick gave you this morning, if I look in the system, there's already changes. I don't know when the report was pulled that Patrick did, but, and that's part of the maddening, is that journal entries are done that move costs between one fund and another. So when we do projections, we could do projections 2 weeks ago, and if we look at the number today, they're different. So I could have vehicle expense of 1.3 million one day, and 2 weeks later, it's 900,000. And it's like, wait, I could understand things going up, but going down, where did it go? So anywho, those are the kinds of difficulties that we have. So today, what we anticipate is about 1.2 million need in ELED in 24-25 to get them through the year. And then to answer your other question is, have they overspent today? As of today, they are not overexpended, but they only have a cushion of about 300,000. So between budget and actual operating expenses, it's about 300,000. That's pretty tight.
So can
They
we
absolutely need a
Can we
supplemental.
stop spending money for a month? Can we just say we,
No, probably the solution, go ahead.
I think you either have no vacancies or maybe one, so in ELED. And so you're not zero, so freezing high, it's a non-issue in ELED because their positions are filled.
thank you, okay.
All right.
Thank you, I'll yield back.
Commissioner Helm, I think is next.
Thank you. Question, this is probably
Well, your card's gone down a couple times, so
more for Gary. So is this a normal time to do a supplemental?
I'm trying to keep track.
We always do a supplemental budget in the last month of the fiscal year, June. The timing is correct, yes.
Okay, that's normal. Okay, just wanted to make sure that that's normal. And then Patrick, I appreciate that you're new. I get it, we got a lot to learn, right? But I want to push back just a little bit on it's really hard to project, right? You buy vehicles every, however many years, right? You account for an increase. Fuel charges, and maybe this has to do with the lag time between when it's entered and when we're seeing it on our budget. But I think things are a lot easier to project than you might think. Like Paul, in my business, you had to project out oftentimes a year. And obviously, you course correct as the economy changes and everything. But I don't think I don't see that there's a lot of this is how naive I am, that are that different, that for projections, and help me out with that.
Sure. I'll give you a few examples. The contract cities, for instance, that we provide police services to Wilsonville, Happy Valley, and Estacada. We have we build a budget every year, right? And we budget the revenue and the expenditures. We bill them actuals, though, and sometimes there's some big deltas there based on overtime and other factors. So there are deltas there. As I mentioned yesterday, we have our contracted services that we can project and rely on, but our program materials and supplies, and I know you can, they buy them when they're needed, and you can look over, at 2 years, month to month, and you can see a trend, but sometimes that just doesn't work, and I'm learning to maybe do some better forecasting numbers, right? As mentioned yesterday, the new labor contract has incentives based on training requirements or completing certain things that are nearly impossible to project because it's based on what an employee does during a pay period or a quarter or a year. It's not, I think we have the most complicated labor, well, I'm not going to speak, we have a very complicated labor agreement, right? With different funding codes, different shift differentials, different incentive pays. So it's very hard to protect. And there are other things. The fuel, for instance, like I mentioned earlier, and vehicle maintenance expenses. They're not flat throughout the year. So.
All right, I'm planning to go to Chair Roberts next and then back to Savas. I'll note, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess we won't be done by lunchtime. I would love to.
Chair Cernak, I'm sorry, is your microphone on?
No, it's not, thank you.
Thank you,
All
Chair.
right,
Please repeat.
I'm planning to go to Chair Roberts next and then Commissioner Savas. I'm guessing we won't be done by lunch. However, I would love to be able to let the sheriff's office get back to their business by lunchtime. So I know we will undoubtedly have additional things to discuss, but I'd like to concentrate on stuff we need them here for the next bit so that we can let them go. And with that note, Chair Roberts.
Thank you. I want to start off by commending Under Sheriff Levy and Patrick for really a lot of hard work that you've done, and it really is making a difference. And most importantly, I want to say how I believe wholeheartedly that, which I really appreciate, is you, Patrick, you got your heart in the right spot. And I admire you because of your delivery and how you are trying to solve the issue and really come up with the best numbers. This is very complicated, and I think you are the perfect person for this position. Your expertise and background is amazing, and I understand it is a big ship to turn. So I encourage you to keep your head up and hang in there. The one thing I wanted to talk about, and that is, and I'm going to continue to kind of bring it back to this issue, and that is, I'm really opposed. I've looked at other counties about doing these big supplemental budgets because guess what? This stuff happens. If we don't have the supplemental budgets and that they know that this is what they have to live in within that year, it's really clear. Because then you'll just say, look, I'm getting towards the end of my budget. I have no room left. I'm going to cut back overtime. I'm going to do A, B, and C to make sure I come in on a balanced budget. So I think it does create these unintended consequences, and that's what I hope we can get away from doing. And I talked to Gary, and I'd love to see us get there. So with that being said, I wanted you to also kind of talk about, number one, the journal entries, which kind of came up again. And then I also wanted to say that the supplemental budget, and when I took office, one of the first things shortly after taking office, Gary and the sheriff and I met. We have met numerous times to talk about this shortfall. So it isn't just that we're arriving here at this date, and really it was under Gary's kind of direction. As we continued to meet, we tried to come to solutions, was really Gary's recommendation that we bring it to this committee. And so I just want to make that kind of clear, is that these meetings have been going on, and I guess first, Gary, I might just let you comment on that to and then give the sheriff a chance.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The sheriff and I and the chair have been meeting since January. We've been meeting several months to come to a way that we can come together to bring something forward to you. And I'm grateful, Sheriff, that you agreed on the proposed budget portion that's been proposed. So yes, I love to use collaboratively, but we've been working very closely on this. But this is very, very difficult, for sure.
Sheriff?
I guess I've said a lot already about why I think we're here and how we're here, and it's not a surprise. I provided you a packet yesterday that I provided to you in February, saying that we would be short. I've done what you've asked me to do. We've done cost cutting and efficiencies and doing what we can do, knowing we're not like any other department in this county, that we are looking for efficiencies and cost savings, especially with the courthouse payment. And I'm excited that I have Patrick here, because Patrick brings the wealth of knowledge. With finance, county finance, he sees it differently. He is a better interpreter. When I say X, Y, and Z, and he says, I think what you mean to say, Sheriff, is this. I'm like, oh, that's it. And I think that's been, some of the challenge is speaking the same, right? But Patrick brings the experience needed, I think, to make us better. The first day he became an employee of mine, I said, Patrick, I don't like the adage that continue doing the things we've always done. I want you to do what you think needs to be done. If we're not doing something correctly, let's change that. You have the ability to change that. And he's recognized things. We shouldn't be doing things a certain way. Let's do things this way. And he has the full authority to do that. And I think that with your conversations, you guys have felt that, you guys have seen that. And he's been thrown into this mid-budget, right? And this has not been a great process for several years. And I always say it shouldn't be this hard. And so, our efforts is to not continue down the same path. And part of that success and what you see here is Patrick and is Lee, right? Seeing it from a different perspective, but trying to meet finance where they're at. We're always going to have some challenges. But our commitment is to work with you and to do what's right for the people of this county, ultimately. We are all on the same team. Patrick, I don't know if you want to say something.
I think the journal entries was a question that you had, Chair. Yeah. So there could be a few reasons, right? We have our three main operating funds are the ELED, the levy, and Fund 100, right? But we don't buy things for the ELED. We don't buy things for the levy. There are patrol officers and jail deputies and operational expenses in all three of those things. While we do our best to set up purchase orders to split those out, we will often have to do journal entries to make sure that the ELED or the levy is paying their portion of an expenditure that's for payroll or patrol deputies, jail deputies, things like that, right? We have a lot of agreements with not only the contract cities, but a lot of IGAs and MOUs with H3S to provide mental health technicians at jails or other, within or embedded in parole and probation. So those expenditures and revenues, I think they may be split by different programs, so we have to do journal entries there. It probably could be quicker. I'd certainly, a big goal of mine is to wrap my head around all of these different things and how they operate. But I guess I would just like to learn more details specifically on what they're noticing and what we're not doing. And it may, once we get through this process and there's an opportunity, we can have more detailed discussions around what finance is seeing. When I was in finance, I saw some things, but those things aren't happening anymore as far as, journal entries and not being a priority. But I'd still like to maybe get an update on where we're at now after, attempting to implement some things since I've been there to, track things closer, and have more visibility within our team. And then lastly, and I know that we have an open position that's been open a couple weeks after I started. Gary has offered support in that position. For that position, we've done the best we can, so I don't want to use that as an excuse because Gary did offer support and bringing somebody else from the county to help us. We felt that we could cover it, but that position is it's a senior accountant, which their primary job is journal entries, grant accounting, and period close, and ensuring that we are capturing all our revenues and expenditures within the correct accounting period. And we have a conditional offer finally. We did 2 recruitments. It was a very difficult position to fill. The last recruitment, I'm very grateful that we had 2 members of the Department of Finance team on the interview panel, and they were Julie Johnson and Marty. They were very insightful, and the person that I hired will be working with them closely. So if and when we can get that position filled, it'll be a vast improvement because that is a key position on our team.
Thank you. Good. All right, Commissioner Salas.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I want to clarify something. Sheriff, you're right when you used my name and talked about the ELED, and what I had said, and historically, is that clearly ELED can't operate without extra monies, and we knew the extra monies were being funded within the Fund 100, and we didn't know what those numbers were. And I thought because ELED being a separate district and having cost, that there should be an accurate reflection of what the costs are, and if there is indeed a subsidy from Fund 100, that subsidy be codified, right? So that's all I ever expected. Not a backfill or new money from the county general fund, but only to codify what was already happening so that it was just spelled out dollar for dollar, right? It was not new money. So whether it's 82,000 or it's 1.3 or it's 1.5 million or it's 1.2 million, I'm sorry, it was only to codify what was already taking place, not new money. So, getting back to the motion, that it was authorized essentially, to summarize, to fill sworn positions contingent upon the implementation of all the audit recommendations, not 80%, not 95%, 100%. That hasn't happened. And not only that, but it was also recommended by this committee that all the remaining recommendations, because there was 2 dates, July 1, I think that was somewhat met, if I understood correctly, and the final recommendations be done by December of 2024. So we wouldn't be in the position we are today. But here we are, and we're in this position. I don't know how. And whether it's getting back to whether we change the whole structure and centralize it, I think it's irresponsible not to do that right now at this point. But all I'm trying to do today, for this moment, is find out what is the minimum legal requirement to finish out 24-25. And I don't see how we can actually have a number, just pick 6.2 out of the air and not even know what it's assigned to. FTEs, the FTE count is part of that because it was part of the motion. And if we don't know the FTE count, how can we assign a cost to it? So I'm just trying to be responsible, use the math, something that's defensible, and I don't have that. So I'm looking at our staff, any of you all, we got to find what that number actually is, and I don't want to just throw an extra $2 or $3 million at something just to make it because of convenience. So we need to go home. I mean, that's not the right answer. So what is based on the motion, how many net FTE were hired beyond what was appropriated? And the cost associated with it.
So Commissioner Savas, so we went into this budget year underfunded, and I told this committee that it was not a sustainable number. It's not. Higher up,
that my cost, that it would be covered through the supplemental budget process, partly through Gary, partly through the budget committee. And as far as the audit goes, I'm surprised because in April, I talked with Gary and he told me that he considered the audit completed and done. And I asked him for documentation on that, and I've not received anything from him. So I'm as confused as you are. My budget has been underfunded the past several years. And it's not for me asking, I need this amount of money. We do need this amount of money. And it's been covered through a supplemental budget process or a supplemental process. And I know part of that is that we don't have money in the beginning of the year to fund the sheriff's office through conversations with Gary. Part of my packet that I gave you kind of details, and I don't want to talk more about that. But to me, where we are standing today should not be a surprise to anyone. Moving forward from here to this next budget cycle, as Chair Roberts said, this is your money. This is what you live within. And that's what my number 2 proposed to you, right? And I know you're talking about another rebalanced reduction, which will have consequences. I mean, additional consequences for positions. So this is where we find ourselves, and we could probably have this conversation until the evening time.
Right. What's a surprise to me is that with all the sophistication we have around the room here right now, is that we don't have the actual number of the FTEs that go beyond that. So let's just say that there was no authorization to hire sworn, and whether or not there was a contingency of full implementation of the auditor's recommendation. Let's just say that was the case. We shouldn't be over, right? Because we got to live within the appropriation. So
I would have reduced positions.
Understood. So the positions if you felt that the positions that you needed to reduce were one thing within that appropriation, the authorization was really essentially to fill the sworn positions, right, contingent upon the auditor's completion of the auditor's report. And that was targeted for December of '24. So I've checked in, and I'm going to look to Elizabeth here on this one, because, and Cindy, I've been checking, and you and I met a couple times. Thank you. We had coffee. We chatted. You shared your concerns, and I said actuals. And every time I've met with staff, including even yesterday, I heard that we don't need a supplemental budget. The actuals don't point to that. So I rely on the actuals. So now I'm hearing that you're saying there is 6.2 or a requirement for 6.2. So what do they are, not us. Okay, well, I'm asking you all. So what do the actuals say? And you know with roughly what's out there, right, remaining. So based on actuals and trending, okay, there's obviously money sitting in the bank that's not spent. We just did that exercise just with the levy, so I'm sure there's some more there that we don't see. And it says up here there's a carryover in Fund 100, not as much as in the levy, but I want to make sure that we're not spending really, frankly, any more than what is needed and what was authorized.
Just for clarification, we have always believed there would be a need for a supplemental because of the 1.5 million needed for the additional 13 FTEs that were added in January.
That part I understand.
So we knew that there was going to be a supplemental, but the delta between the 1.5 and the 6.2, I don't know if we've completely.
They're two different things.
We haven't analyzed that yet, but we do know that there is a need for a supplemental in general fund. But
So what's please give me the courthouse 7 additional FTE, not anticipated. What's that number? the loaded number for the 7 FTE additional for the
That was
courthouse.
the 2 million, right?
Six was baked in.
Yeah, just for 6 months, it was a 2 million. That's what it says there.
Can I ask a quick question? Why they're doing that?
Well,
Well, that's what materials
Hang on,
and
Ben.
services.
I thought that they'd already,
It's 2 million?
Yeah.
Okay, so the extra courthouse, so that's 2 million above, okay? So what else is there that is,
I think you've said you don't know, you haven't had a chance to analyze yet. Is that correct?
So we have a projected ending balance or need for, from finance that's been adjusted. And that number, hold on, I just lost my place. Okay, so today that number is 5,250,000 additional. So that, and that would be with the additional courthouse positions and the spending, at the spending rate.
Does that include the transfer to ELED?
Does that, no, because that's, general fund support is done in non-departmental. This number is what is needed in general fund 20, Department 21 CCSO.
Okay. Okay,
So
there
you'd have
would
to
be-
add that. So the, whatever they're asking for in ELED would need to be added to this 5.25.
Okay, so you projected a 1.2 need in the ELED, if I recall. So that'd put it to about 6.45, 6.5. Does that sound right to you?
Let me find that spreadsheet. Sorry, I've got like 10 open. Remember what the number was? Oh, there it is. Let me see. I just lost it again.
All right. While they confirm that end your questions once they've got
well,
that?
Chair, what I'm trying to get to is what the actual defensible number is to close out 24, 25, so from a supplemental standpoint.
Right, we've got a number from the sheriff's office. They're working on theirs.
Yeah.
That answer will finish your
Yeah,
question.
and I just want it on the record that the LED was, again, supposed to be within Fund 100. It was only to codify what was already taking place. It was not new money.
And
And
my
here we
underst-
are, we're adding it and treating it like it's new money. That was not the intention.
My understanding is there has historically been, and you wanted to be able to see it at the historical levels?
Yeah, I mean, that was the way to clean the books, no, yeah, that's all it was.
And there's currently in 24, 25, no transfer into ELED, is that right?
I think there was 64,000. Didn't you do 64,000?
Wasn't done before.
LED? Correct. Yeah. I don't know what that was for.
Please answer that question, Elizabeth, Cindy, or Sandra.
Sorry.
Is there any general fund in the current ELED for this current fiscal year?
64.
Yeah, 64,000.
Your microphones are not on, please.
It's roughly 64,000 in the current budget.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's general fund 100 or general fund county?
General fund support. So,
Outside the sheriff's office.
correct, outside the sheriff's office. It was in the sheriff's office originally, and then when we moved the LED program out, it went with it.
All right. And have you had a chance to see, you're still working on the,
I've got it.
okay.
And I have folks working to get numbers for me. The number I have, without double checking here, is 31 deputies, levy deputy hired up. I'm sorry. Gosh, it's a long day. Sorry, Fund 100, general fund dollars.
Net increase.
I don't know about the complete net, but the net was 24, remember when you had asked that after we met in February. So I believe that it is net, because it is, we've been continuing to hire since February. So that is a very close number, so.
So Sheriff, can I ask how, I mean, that's a good number. I mean, congratulations on that.
We
That's-
hired
that-
58,
That's
I
great news, but
sworn.
how come there's not a proportional amount or an equal amount that filled the levy?
So my direction for filling the levy, well, the ELED and the Fund 100 position, general fund positions is as they come open, it's a cycle. So we're not choosing one over the other because I heard the concerns from finance and from this board previously. You're filling one over the other. As it's coming open, it's getting filled.
Yeah, but the
Can I say
levy's,
that another way, actually? The
He's my interpreter.
The position that's been open the longest gets filled.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
right, but the levy's been in place and with open positions for 3.5 years, 4 years,
They're
right?
different positions. So I think last year we had detective positions to fill, and now it's one detective. I'm just off the top of my head, from that list that we gave you, one detective, one patrol. So it's the positions as they come open, because we have so many folks, we have every day our whatever we get from the county finance, the report that we get on our, what is it? FTE report, thank you.
Yeah.
It changes every day because people are constantly moving. And as they move through, even promotions and hires and changing programs, they constantly move between those funds.
Yep. Sheriff, this is not, I'm not directing this to you at all, or your staff. But what I am going to say is that I think the communication with regards to these monies and the completion of the audit report and the authorized expenditures are okay to do this or that, I don't think that's been communicated to me, at least as one commissioner, adequately. So there's a communication breakdown that I think on our side is our responsibility, okay? So what I'm trying to say is that some of that frustration, I'm kind of vent, is not directed at you, but it's just the fact that we have a communication breakdown in general. All of this combined, I'm extremely frustrated, more than I've ever been as a county commissioner. And I'm having a hard time today. This is the hardest time I've ever had.
This is 6.2.
I still don't have, when I'm looking at tab 9, page 3, okay? That basic layout is the premise that I've been, as public budgeting, using for 27, 28 years. Be able to see the baseline, be able to see a responsible budget that is defensible for a projected one for 25, 26. And that puts us in the red by $250 million based on a 30-year forecast. So we wouldn't do that. Typically, what I would see here on tab 9, page 3, and expected to have is something that is on the black on the 30-year forecast, and I still don't have a single page that shows the 22, 23 actuals, 24, 23, 24, 24, 25, all of that. I don't see any of that. And that's another added frustration is getting back to the base to see all of those numbers and ideally FTE counts that maybe were attributed to each of those years would be something I would be asking for, but I feel like I'm flying blind and I don't want to throw public money. I'm not really throwing it away, but I think when we're appropriating, we need to do it accurately. And that's a message to all of us, not to you, to all of us.
All right, Cindy.
I yield back.
Cindy.
There's a lot going on and a lot swirling, and I think everyone has good intentions. I really believe that. I do want to just remind folks, we knew last year at the budget that because of the change in the indirect and the indirect going into ELED, we knew then that there would be a need for some additional funds for ELED because they were now going to be absorbing some of the indirect. We didn't have the exact number yet, and so I know that's part of the request. I can't tell you how much of it there is, but there is part of it. I guess, looking at the numbers, and Patrick, thanks for sending them, I think probably the one thing that would be helpful, and we can do this afternoon, the biggest issue is the jump in personnel costs. Excuse me, I'm talking about Fund 100 now, for Fund 100. And so it would be great to see the formula that you used, and so that we can see that we're using the same assumptions. And then we can tell you whether or not that we have, there's agreement or where there isn't. But right now, I think if we just, because we have an $87 million projection for personnel, and you have the 90. So if we can see the formula that we use and see where the discrepancy is, I think that would help inform you.
Yeah, I can, I believe we discussed this, but not, I guess not obviously in this forum, but I can.
Yeah, we can do it
provide that
after,
to
yeah.
you. I mean, we can, yeah, okay.
All right, Martha, I've seen your card, or sorry, Commissioner
Well,
Schrader.
should I say anything?
Oh,
Say,
yeah.
it's okay, it's all right. Just some history here. Since I've been here a while, the sheriff's budget every year since I've been here has always been contentious, because we're having to, figure out, what our priorities are, and public safety has always been our priority. Could you give me the percentage just off, I think it's 74% of our general fund goes to public safety.
Public safety, yeah, that's 73%.
Okay,
yeah.
so I do want to remind folks, as we go through this process, that the biggest expense that we've always had in this county since I've been here is public safety. So I don't want to leave our public or our sheriff, feeling that we are not trying to work with you. Really, the bulk of what the dollars that we have from our constituency funds your office, okay? Which is one of the reasons why we're having this conversation, because part of our job, as Commissioner Savas said, is to be wise use of the public dollars. And I have said this more than once. I think that the biggest issue we've always had here is an internal structural problem about underlying assumptions, about how the budget is framed, and how you are assessing what you need, and how we are seeing it from another set of assumptions. It doesn't seem that, quite frankly, that we're there yet in alignment. So hopefully, as I said, we can get an alignment sooner than later. I'm not sure what there will be any structural changes or not, but I think getting in alignment with how we do the budgeting is important. The other piece of this is I do hear constantly issues about the courthouse. And I also would like to remind the public that's listening and my other public safety colleagues here that the courthouse and the functions of the courthouse are part of the continuum of public safety. I have a daughter who's a prosecutor. I know very well what her process is and what she does in the court system. She essentially does all the rape, murder, and domestic use cases, okay? She is a public safety person as well. And I know that there's been angst over the courthouse, but I must say that it is just as necessary a function that we have to have a safe, secure building for our district attorneys and our judges. So people like my daughter, for example, who's a prosecutor that works directly with her sheriff's office and public safety, has a safe and secure environment to work to put bad people away. That is part of a continuum of public safety. So I would remind people of that, and that as you mentioned the courthouse, remember that is also one of our responsibilities, and it was essential, given the fact that the building we were in was so totally inadequate. And I hope that there's more of a relationship between our boots on the ground and also those folks who work in that higher, larger continuum. So it's pretty much just a statement, but the contention we see here today is nothing new. This has been going on for a long time. I'm glad that we're finally with a group that wants to see the alignment of budgeting practices, because quite frankly, internally, that's been the rub all along. This is nothing that I haven't seen since I've been here since 2003. And we have always funded public safety, our sheriff's office, and what you do is important. We get that. Without you, the court system wouldn't have the opportunity to put away people who are harming the rest of our constituency. So just a statement, not a question, and I think hopefully we're ready for lunch at this point.
Just about. Sandra, did you have something?
Yes, so we were asked if we had a projection for the ELED, and I'd like to share that. I think, let me see if I can make it bigger. Okay, I need my glasses on. That's part of the problem. Oh. Okay, is that better? So, column C is CCSO's request that we heard this morning from Patrick, and column E is the finance projection, and this is the 13 CCSO staff, and all I did is, you'll see a formula. I just did the difference, because I don't know what the mix is, but I do know that our projection is roughly 5.3 million is the additional general fund support that is needed. This is on the general fund side. Okay, and then on the ELED side, this is Fund 216. CCSO believes they need 1.5 million. Finance believes they are going to need something in the neighborhood of 1.2 million. And again, that is fiscal year 24-25, so that they don't overspend their budget authority.
Thank you. Chair Roberts.
And this is just, again, kind of just.
Chair, could I ask you to turn your microphone?
Thank you, sir. Sorry about that. And this is just a differing opinion, and I think that's what we want, is just kind of robust conversations, respectful, and it's okay to have a differing opinion. And I so much respect my fellow Commissioner Schrader. I have to be kind of like you, Patrick. I'm going to speak from the heart. And one of the reasons I ran for office was my concern of the courthouse. In 2019, when we were looking at building the courthouse, I was on the committee, and my concern was, from the very beginning, how are we going to fund this? I asked that question a number of times, and finally the answer I got was, we're going to cut people. And I felt like that was not a good decision, and unfortunately it went in that direction. And in my position, I felt like it even got worse. It actually started out as an estimated 220 million, grew to 345 million. We've already cut, 14 staff. We have 4 more to cut. And this is going to be a challenge for years. And it is going to be hard for all of us to really look at how can we balance the budget. I appreciate Gary. He is trying incredibly hard. There are no easy decisions here. And what also kind of really impacted all of the departments in this county, which they all contributed, is the increase in allocated cost, the indirect cost that impacted all of them, which those funds went to help make this debt service and planning for the future. I know some departments over 3 years had 63% increase in allocated costs. CCOM had 1 year at 47, one at 48. And I appreciate that we're going to review those and take a look at where they're at and see if they are fair across the board. So I appreciate that, Gary. But with all that being said, this is going to be an incredibly tough year to come out with a balanced budget. And I think it's going to be incumbent upon all of us to kind of look at, are there some other ways for revenue? Because this is a long haul issue. And I honestly don't have any answers for that, but I think it's really incumbent upon all of us to come together to look at how can we fund some of these critical services. It's heart-wrenching to hear people coming here, whether it's the seniors from North Clackamas Parks area on some of those issues, the children of incarcerated parents,
And so this committee, I think, has really got some tough decisions ahead. But I think it's really going to take all of us coming together and really looking to the future and figuring out how we can balance our budget year after year. So thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Sandra, did you? Okay. So I don't see any more cards up. Does anybody have anything that they want to ask the sheriff's office before we break for lunch? Because my intention is not to ask them back after.
Okay. Could I just ask staff a question? So how much is the sheriff's budget part of our whole continuum? Is the figure right? It was 74%.
It's right up there.
Where is it? I can't see it. I'm just looking, when you look, okay, it's 71%. I just wanted to make sure. And that's a big chunk.
You'd have to
So-
add the sheriff's office, the district attorney, disaster
Right.
management, juvenile, all of those
That's right,
together.
all of that is part of the budget. So I just want to make sure that we get that figure right. And the sheriff's office, out of the whole continuum, is the largest expense right now. Okay, other than now we have to finance. Even when you look at it on that graph, that's interesting to me. Okay?
All right. And just to clarify, my understanding is the finance team and Patrick are going to touch base on the assumptions in the projection
Right.
for personnel cost. Is that right?
Yeah, Kayla should be sending something to you very shortly.
Okay. And then I think after lunch, I think what you send them, they can present us. You don't need to be here for that. Does that work for you?
Well, Chair, I appreciate your consideration, but I think we'll just hang around. I think, yeah, especially this year, we'll hang around, see if you have any other questions, probably more expedient.
All right. Then I intend to break us for lunch. Gary, do you think an hour's enough? Would you like? a a little- little- do
you want for lunch,
committee?
1 hour is fine.
1 hour? All right, then we'll recess for an hour for lunch.
So 1:15 PM, you'll start again. 1:15.
County